It is time to see what shall happen in the new story, the family hierarchs. Oh, so exciting, the new story. Let's just carry on then. The hall was chill with a tense air, and those present all sat in complete silence. Then there was Jia Yuan-chun with her lips slightly curled into a mirthless sneer. And at the center of it all sat Jia Si-chun, unsure of what to say next. Well, everyone, Jia Yuan-chun, seated next to the hierarch seat upon which Si-chun sat, smoothly takes control of the situation and begins the assembly. Honored heads of houses, lords of each family, their proxies, members, and she nods lightly, acknowledging our awkward presence. And little Si-chun's guests, who stay here at our H Corp, seems to be extending without a foreseeable end. You got a problem with that lady? Isn't she technically from Q Corp? What's up with her acting like she's any less of an outsider than we are? Yeah, and did everyone catch that? Our H Corp? Regardless of everything else, the fact that she hijacked the meeting from the get-go is ridiculous, especially with Jia Si-chun, the family hierarch herself, presiding over this official assembly. Clearly, she is using the pretense of assisting the hierarch to assert her own dominance over these proceedings. As we are all aware, Venerable Farmer Jia Mu has always discussed with and confided in me about the matters of the greatest import, the momentousness of which steered the very course of H Corp's prospects. Yeah, the new age is now. If Si-chun wants you to F off, you better fuck off. Even after I departed the family for Q Corp, Venerable Former Jia Mu has always written missives to confer such matters with me. Sure, whatever you see. Something about it smelled suspicious, but we'd already missed the window to challenge her to present us with proof without breaking decorum. Thus, as it naturally follows that I would be the inheritor of the Venerable Jia Mu's will, I shall be presiding over this regular assembly, which we convene now to discuss and determine the future of H Corp. Didn't the end of Canto 8, she went back to Q Corp or some shit to like fuck with Bao Chai? Did she just come back that quickly? Wait, how far is Q from H? I suppose not that far. I'm only saying this mainly because Jachu left for Q Corp, right? I feel like I thought he was wanted to hunt her down or some shit. Like, now she's here, what the fuck? Whatever. I'm thinking too much. What a grandiose and self-important introduction. It seemed clear to me that she considered herself to be the main character of this scene, or something. Whoa, new people. H Corp Merchant Representative, Flustered Board Member. Your grace certainly befits your station, Lady Yuan-chun. It's another one, Obsequious Board Member. We are all impressed by your utmost dedication to the citizenry of Hongyuan despite your already saturated schedule. Hey, this guy. Shi Xijing. Did we actually get his name? I think so. We can hardly thank you enough for your magnanimity, Lady Yuan-chun. Ah, my parents. A true shame that they couldn't be here. I've always sung praises of your expertise, Lady Yuan-chun. Wang Chao? What's up, man? Still smoking again? Responses from the participants are just as protracted, only obsequious instead of arrogant. As heads of some of those houses were under investigation for consorting with the forces foreign to Hongyuan. What about the Q Corp, huh? Did they cover their tracks that well or some shit? Their vacuum was filled by their children's generation, many of whom we had the pleasure of meeting during the family hierarch war. Very well, then shall we? Welcome Jia Si-chun, the next person to sit upon the seat of Hong Yuan's family hierarchy. Greetings, I am... Now, let us begin. Wow, absolute motherfuckery. She's definitely... This Yuan Chun fella is definitely aware of the worm and how it's supposed to freaking lead the nation or some shit, but... That shit's all fucked. So, you know, you should... If you're gonna respect the process, might as well do it all the way through, innit? For many years, all those who have gathered here have toiled day and night for the eternal prosperity and growth of H Corp. Si-chun's finally feeling the sus. You do not disrespect Si-chun. Just Si-chun's expression immediately sours as Yan Chun unceremoniously cuts off her self-introduction. First on the agenda for this assembly are urgent discussions and passage of new major policy items that have been tabled for far too long. Distributive contribution rights auctioning policy, quarterly amnesty policy. Hold on, big sister Yuan Chun. Passing the distributive contribution rights auctioning policy would allow the open auction for any remaining rooms the day before reconstruction days, and the quarterly amnesty wouldn't do anything but give unfair advantage to certain families and high net worth individuals by guaranteeing them large real estate assignments regardless of their performance in the previous quarter. Justin stutters a little, flustered, before continuing. My point is, these policies are going to rattle H Corp's economy the moment they go into effect. Besides, these policies were pretty much drawn to favor lining the pockets of a select few families and high-ranking officials of H Corp. If I may, venerable hierarch, lining the pockets? That is quite an odd turn of phrase to refer to the bare minimum of respect the society might repay to its highest contributing members, don't you think? Oh, before we continue, Si-chun, I'm not entirely certain if you are aware, but ever since the ascension of the new family hierarch, the perceived value of Hong Yuan has been racing to the, for lack of a better word, rock bottom. Clearly, this demonstrates Hong Yuan's concern and its lack of faith in the newly appointed family hierarch. Therefore, it naturally follows that our most urgent task at hand is to put a stop to this value and reputation freefall, and restore prosperity and greatness to Hong Yuan once again. Yeah, okay, and that's the family hierarch's job, right? What are you... If you had perused H Corp's articles of association, you would have known that should H Corp be deemed to be a state of crisis, the four great houses and the board of directors' voice may also carry de facto power in the assembly. There's a lot of loopholes going around here. And the board of directors, that's us, has determined that we are now in a state of crisis. Now wait, hold up. So only in a state of crisis then the board of directors can have power, but the board of directors are the ones that can state if they are in the state of crisis. You see the problem here? State of crisis? What crisis? Everything that led to my ascension to the family hierarch was legitimate down to the final approval. These unseemly rumors and slander are tanking our value, which we have built up assiduously through years upon years of toil. So, what is this if not a state of crisis? And who wouldn't doubt the new family hierarch's qualities when this decline has coincided precisely with her ascension? Jia Yuan Chun was somehow turning the room against Si-chun, without presenting a single shred of evidence, portraying her as some burdensome hierarch who has single-handedly tanking H Corp's value. I wonder what evidence would she have? Because I'm pretty sure this lady is a very prepared individual. She wouldn't be a Q-Kyok. Who is she? She's not the head, right? She's like the wife of the head or some shit. Yeah, I wonder what the evidence would have been, but let's put that aside for now. No one in the assembly, not a single representative from any families present, stepped up to point out how Jia Si-chun's swift actions were what finally repelled the outside forces that had marched right up to Hong Yuan's front yard. It's hard when your efforts are diminished. or how she deftly maneuvered her forces to quell the embers of war by quickly taking control of the chaos within Da Guanyuan. She hadn't shown any glaring signs of incompetence since her ascension despite her relative inexperience, but everyone in Hong Yuan's board of directors, the heads of each family, averted their eyes as though all of that had somehow, inconceivably, slipped their minds. So you take yourself to be qualified individual for that responsibility, Sichen? Very well, then proceed. We're all waiting for you to begin your briefing before the assembly regarding the last 30 years quarterly net revenue records of Hong Yuan singularity-related businesses, your calculations on next year's fiscal debt forecast, and the exact recipe and variation numbers for the boluses that have been registered in the last 5 years. Seeing the shit that she's saying, I wonder like what happened to her in Hong Lu's quote unquote bad end mirror world. Did he kill her? We don't know that, but I wonder how he would have acted. That's the Venerable Hierarch has not received that data prior to the meeting. You must all be aware of the chaos that followed the ascension. We are still indexing all available materials too. Isn't that funny? Not once in the history of Hong Yuan has the family hierarch ever failed to provide immediate and detailed answers regarding Hong Yuan's historical statistics. This sentence is bullshit. Your reasoning is, oh, everyone else hasn't failed, that means you shouldn't fail. But she's supposed to have been given the data. Somewhere along the steps, someone interfered, you know? Fucking piece of shit. Let's calm down and carry on. Jia Yuanchun must have known all along too. She must have known how the previous family hierarch were all directly supplied with an immense repository of information through the Xia Huang worm, or something of the equivalent, and she's using it to target Sichen's weakness, knowingly asking questions she, the first family hierarch without the Anamna worm, couldn't possibly answer. The responsibilities tied to the venerable seat of the hierarch, Jiamu, are matched only by the great power bestowed upon it. Thus, how are we to leave the matters of the wing to someone who is so evidently unprepared for the task? Given the present circumstances, our hands may be forced to call to vote the motion of no confidence. The motion of no confidence? A motion of no confidence, when passed by the high-ranking political officials, can result in the removal of the chief executive from office. So they're going after Sichen's power. So this is the picture Jia Yuanchun wanted to paint. Impotent family hierarch stammering and stumbling through her first meeting to the total and near unanimous lack of support from the H Corp board of directors. Whatever jargon they're on about, seems to me they've got not an ounce of respect for the last of us. Never trust twats overly obsessed with numbers and optimizations. They'll be the first to kick you out on the moment they no longer see you as useful. True that. You're not the only one who's pissed off, so can you please stop shaking your leg for a second? Don't need to make our frustration any more obvious, you know. Myers would have left the chair long ago if it weren't for this. In H Corp, should the board of directors unanimously vote in favor of the motion, certain parts of the family hierarch's powers will be removed. It is entirely possible that she will become a hierarch in name only. Oh. Damn. Oh, so they're threatening to fire her unless she falls in line. This is some needlessly convoluted way to... The assembly will now consider the motion of no confidence. But the thing is... So they were all okay with the worm to go inside the person and they will just go through the process. But they didn't want her to ascend the throne. At what point does the worm and the person, you know, doesn't freaking correlate, you know? Because it just seems like the person is just a vessel. Yeah, my bro, fuck it. Are there any objections to bringing the motion of no confidence against family hierarch Jia Sichun to the floor? Hold on, the vote of no confidence isn't an item you can invoke so lightly. The Shi family has no objections. Let's say the Wang family has no objections either. Su family too. You're working with her. Hong Lu, say something about the Wang saying that he doesn't have objections. I just assume he's just a guy who's smart and sees the bigger picture. I'm sure he only said it to like protect himself or something, but yeah. The rest of the previous family heads seem to have changed precisely nothing. Those in power wore more youthful faces, but their tongues still carried the same old resistance to change. The new family heads were just as uncooperative as ever, and everyone seemed to be solely interested in staying in Jia Yuanchun's good graces. Damn, they don't even see the family hierarch as the biggest power. It's hard to indict change. New faces, same old. And needless to say, Heathcliff wasn't the only sinner fuming with rage. 'Tis far too vexing to simply watch and do not. Right? I knew you wouldn't let this slide, Don Quixote. You're walking all over Sichun like she's not even here. Forsooth, we cannot let such injustice transpire unabated. Hey, seems like we're both on the same page. That's it, I'm not going to hesitate to make myself heard again. This time I want to be courageous. With your help, Don Quixote. Come on, let's do this together, okay? Very well, I am in agreement. Why do I feel like what they're gonna do isn't professional? Yeah, then let's go on 3 at the same time. If there are no objections, 1, 2, the assembly will put this resolution to vote in a month, and 3. Here I objection! Bloody hell. Oi, have you gone mental? Sinclair stood tall at the center of the entire room's undivided astonishment. Alone. Eh? Don Quixote, still firmly in the seat, gazed upon Sinclair's proud stand and rubbed her nose. Young Sinclair, thou hast evolved indeed. What an unmitigated pursuit of justice thou hast become, with such unrelenting fervor and utter disregard for decorum. Certainly, mine efforts have finally borne fruit. Oh my god, is Don Quixote like plan this shit? Did she just do some 300 IQ plays? Did she do some psychological manipulation? What the hell? Did Don Quixote or Heathcliff suddenly rubbed off on you or something? Wait, no. Wait. Oh, what happened there, Don Quixote? What happened to objecting together? Oh? I had taken thy suggestion to mean that we must voice our dissatisfaction through the official channels, borrowing the titles of the illustrious Great Gaze and the Department of LCC. Oh my god, she's speaking facts! Holy shit. What are the goddamn odds? Disputes in succession of power on such a high level of government are hardly ever resolved with rash grandstanding. Wouldst thou not agree? Damn. I never thought the day would come. But she actually did it. Why are you normal all of a sudden? Lad, what just happened? What happened to the clammy, meek boy? Well, that's... I guess I just assumed that this is how Limbus company rolls now. To be honest, same here. It wouldn't be a Limbus company story unless something like this happened. There seems to have been an unexpected outburst from Sichun's guests. Withdraw your objection and we will consider this a momentary loss of control and not enter it as an official statement. It was, Sinclair's eyes were shaking like someone with his life on the line. Got anything to say, Sichun? If not, I take it that you have full confidence in her abilities. So please, I encourage you to elaborate. When and how will Sichun demonstrate her aptitude for the responsibilities of the family hierarch? Is this? Before the conversation we had with Sword that we are gonna train her? His voice continues to shrivel into a corner. He can't. And how could anyone? How could anyone when we all had a very clear view of a path to ascension? During the family hierarchy evaluation, Jia Baoyu donated the coins he received from Jia Chu to you. Essentially, you pity-partied your way to victory. Pity-partied? And for your ascension, Jia Chu and those outsiders from an upstart company had to, almost literally, carry you to the seat. No, she was already there, we just kicked the door open and fucked it all up. But hey, if that's how you wanna put your narrative, so be it. Has there even been a single victory attained by your own hands in that entire process? Ah, but have we not all been witnesses to the qualities she exhibited during the family hierarchy evaluation and her own ascension? You must have no shame sneaking your forked tongue in the audience of both heaven and earth like an unwitting buffoon. Ooh, okay. From the spoken language, this could be Jia Chu or one of his faction. I'm gonna go with, you think her name is Zigong, the one with the fan? That's when quiet, even footsteps broke through Jia Yuanchun's merciless dismantling of Jia Sichun. Yep, I was right. The pinky Zigong. Yet, I see the point. The hierarch, with her grace, needs only demonstrate her already established qualifications before all. This is no place for an outsider to speak. But proceed. Just how will she prove herself before us? What an odd statement coming from a fellow outsider who's been chattering for minutes on end. Forgive me, I could only presume from your verbosity that the right to speak in this forum was open to all outsiders. Someone finally pointed out that the bitch isn't giving any evidence to her words. Her words holds no credence here. Ooh, caught red-handed. You have said it yourself, no? That the vote on the no confidence resolution will proceed in a month. That seems to give the venerable hierarch a month to regain the trust of each family. What? It is rather clear to me that there are many who find their own defeat in the family hierarch war difficult to accept. Such a doubt is easily resolved. A match between clans should lay out the results quite obviously. What kind of match? We're talking combat or... Very well, a fair challenge between clans, which would preclude the participation of the family hierarch's Heishu packs and the Jalan guards. So you would remove her Pao and Chu, cannon chariot? Before the game even begins, why not make this test a series of sparring matches in both academia and martial arts, if such is the case? Huh, what audacity. Do you truly have that much faith in Jia Sichun's abilities? You must know the consequences of failing these matches, no? It will be a unanimous, one-sided end to the vote of no confidence, and naturally any and all rights appertaining to the family hierarch shall be transferred to the board of directors. So, it'll be a democracy. That is fine by me, fine by us. You are free to choose any champion whom you see fit. Unfortunately, your underlings don't seem to share your inflated confidence. But in the midst of the confused, flabbergasted silence from the other sinners, a clear, carefree yet defiant voice rings out. Hong Lu's retort. That's not true at all, big sister Yuan Chun. Hong Lu's taking a stand for himself. This is post-Kanto Hong Lu in action, my boy. We actually have just as much confidence in Xishun as she does. His wide eyes stare directly and unblinkingly into Jia Yuanchun's. It occurred to me that this might be his way of expressing anger. Impudent child, how dare he stare me down like that? Then you are welcome to try. 1 month. You have but 1 month to prove before all in audience that she is, indeed, fit to be the family hierarch. Should you fail, the vote may as well be a mere formality. In other words, should she successfully prove herself, none of you shall again rightly challenge the independent rights and powers bestowed upon the family hierarch. The consequences of such recalcitrance would be no different from those that the the traitors are facing, wouldn't you agree? Well then, we will excuse ourselves now. Wait, I'm... Zigong turns around toward us with that same mysterious smile and slowly directs us outside the assembly hall. We may call them sparring matches, but you must know that each and every one of them is a test to prove your claim to the seat of the family hierarch. A month is a time far too brief for drastic improvement, regardless of for whom it may be. Learning from a proper master for 10 months straight might teach you a few things, but who knows how long the search for one such master might take. Not to mention the official channels through which you must bring them past Daguanyuan's walls, which may take up to 2 months. Why not relent now and relinquish but a part of your powers as the family hierarch to the board of directors? Oh, you seem to have zero faith in Limbus company. Oh my god, I feel like I can become like a promoter to Limbus company right now. Except I don't even know what the hell we are doing as a company. All we know is that we are selling monoliths and we're doing freaking what is it called? Distortion clearance. I can't think of the right word, but yeah, that. It seems that this fellow outsider's mental faculties are impressively lacking. My lord has spoken in the past that when in the presence of 3 people, at least one of them is bound to be a teacher of mine. And here they are, aren't they? Jasichun's masters, each carrying something new to teach her. All 13 of them. You're including Sinclair into the mix. It's already worrying that you're putting Dante into it because man doesn't remember shit. But Sinclair, I mean, post-Canto, what is there to learn? How to handle trauma or some shit. Rodion hasn't even grown. Maybe she can teach how to gamble properly, who knows. Zigong gestured confidently toward the flabbergasted sinners, and the assembly came to an end. Alright, I'm interested on how this will carry on. How will this see through? More story. 12 teachers. Ooh. So technically Zigong lied. We were planning to train Jasichun anyway, but it seems that we are now under an unexpected deadline. Whoa, was that a new transition effect that was new? Hey, when you said the LCB was going to help me out, did you guys mean that you were going to publicly humiliate the crap out of me at the assembly? Haha, of course not, Sichun. Big sister Yuan Chun's an old snake. You've just given her 30 days to set the perfect stage for my downfall, to prove to the world once and for all that I'm not qualified at all to be the family hierarch. I mean, to be fair, the 30 days was gonna happen either way. So it's either you were able to prove yourself or the vote of no confidence was gonna happen either way. But Sichun, weren't you always so good at humbling anyone who dared underestimate you? Not so much anymore. Back then, like an idiot, I thought I just had to hold on with everything I had. I thought that's all I ever had to do. But now, things are different. It's true that I'm vastly underqualified to be the family hierarch, and she's right. I pretty much lucked into this position. Sichun, don't tell me that woman's bullshit actually got to you. Well, she wasn't completely wrong. Right? I'm just some kid who happened to be just good enough to survive some traps and ambushes. I'm afraid that the responsibility of a family hierarch might be too much. Her self-confidence has significantly decreased compared to the observation from our previous interaction. The heck, Sichun? I don't remember you being this kind of character. What happened to the girl who looked down on us the moment we met? You even had the audacity to pretend to not know who we were, didn't you? Where'd all that confidence go, girl? It's very interesting because like in other games, when you're fighting against someone, they have a certain personality, but once they join to your side, that they just had like a different whole ass personality whatsoever. That's vastly vastly perpendicular to what they had. But at least Limbus company is like kinda explaining, oh, she's just losing confidence, instead of, oh, this person has always been a freaking otaku since the beginning. It's just that when you were against them, they didn't show an ounce of it. Character development, quote unquote. That actually got under her skin back then, huh? So, Sichun, what do you want to do? Are you sure you're okay with this? Are you okay with letting this happen? If I let it happen, Big Sister Yuan Chun's going to continue expanding her influence here. I'm sure she and the board of directors have been cozying up to each other for a long time. Is the implication that her testaments on her influence were true? Yep, it's true. Before she left for Q Corp, Big Sister Yuan Chun used to always accompany Jiamu to these assemblies. If we just let them hold the vote of no confidence, they're going to unanimously vote against me and slowly reduce the family hierarch's scope of power. And who knows, they might even call for re-evaluation, however unlikely that sounds. Besides, Big Sister Yuan Chun, I think her definition of Hong Yuan's prosperity might be different from mine. What she's looking for isn't H Corp's prosperity, it's Da Guan Yuan's. And I know that this all has something to do with its ties to Q Corp, which I bet has already been going on for a while just under my radar. I'm sure they've already had plenty of talks behind my back. Which is not the kind of vision you have for Hong Yuan's future, right? And that's why you spoke up against her? My vision for Hong Yuan is, I want to change H Corp to be the kind of place where people can live without fear. I just never imagined I'd have to prove myself like this, and in only 30 days. Even then, your vision hasn't changed, right? It hasn't. Great. So you decided then, huh? We just need Fao to deliver the bad news to Sword. So, to summarize, the responsibility of training Sichun to win these matches, these amorphous tests, upon which hinges the family hierarch's fate, and almost every facet of which is entirely under Jia Yuanchun's control, by the way, and is probably a trap, within the next 30 days is ours. And we have to explain that to Sword. Haha, wow, that sounds like a lot of work when you put it like that. Post-mortem reports have become quite rote. Sometime later. Really? Thou must impress upon the illustrious red gaze that wasn't mine idea this time. Yo, she's sweeping it. She's throwing Sinclair under the bus. That's crazy. She's throwing Sinclair under Mephistopheles. Sinclair stared blankly at Don Quixote as she made her desperate plea towards Sword. That's some killer eyes there. Yes, and I understand that as well, for the 8th time. As always, Sword was wearing the same refreshingly incomprehensible smile. The kind of smile that makes people increasingly anxious the longer it lasts. Well, that gives us about 30 days, during which those sparring matches, tests, whatever, will be happening as well. Great, then let's give it our best. Sinclair mutters in a near whisper, clearly feeling responsible for what happened. Yes, I understand. I never should have stepped out of line like that. But something just... yeah. So let's give it our best. I totally agree. We messed everything up again and... What? Limbus Company was always going to remain here and assist Miss Jia Sichun's acclimatize herself to the responsibilities of the family hierarch. It was always a part of our plan. Well, I sure am glad that I took Fao's advice about how meticulous planning is completely pointless when it comes to LCB's missions. I never would have had to submit 9 separate disciplinary incident reports back during the Jacob incident, had I known. I believe I should be able to explain this further. Prior to his departure, my lord was concerned that such a thing would come to pass. That is why he has left Zilu and I here to look after the new family hierarch's position, which must still be on rather thin ice. Oh, so that's what they were privately talking about when he pulled them aside. Doing nothing and allowing her wicked machinations to progress would have irrevocably made the entire board of directors not but putty in Yuan Chen's hands. And that would have led that snake to de facto assume the seat of the family hierarch. Against such an insidious foe who wields intrigue as her weapon, the most viable strategy is the most direct one, to challenge her head on. Besides, has this not given you the excuse you needed to prolong your company's stay in Daguanyuan? This is also a prime opportunity for Jia Si-chun to further solidify her influence here, depending on the outcome of the vote of no confidence. They have played right into our hands by accepting this deal. So, I don't want to rain on anyone's parade, but are we not even going to consider what might happen if we fail? No, we are not, because you will not fail, not with us eating your efforts. Also, were you serious back there when you said that we were all going to teach Jia Si-chun? All 12 of us? I won't object to selecting only a few us with better aptitude to be educators. By the way, we already have an established internal hierarchy based on the sum of each of our abilities. Of course, the results weren't entirely to my satisfaction due to an unexpected incident. We just remove Don Quixote's shoes and she can be a great teacher, I'm sure. Yes, and a mother to our blood fiends. Miss Otis, that is a statement mired in narrowed vision rife with factual refractions. I am of the stance that the qualities of a good teacher are defined not by such statistics. So, you must be the one who placed last in that scale. Ouch! Yo! That's... I'm pretty sure Yi Sang, who is an inventor, he was... What? He was a chief engineer, right? I'm pretty sure he has a lot to teach and to say. Just you don't need to be strong physically to teach. As a chief engineer, he probably has led a team, so he knows a bit about leadership and shit. He's an inventor, so you know, innovation and shit. That's just ouch, man. Give my boy some slack. Just don't say anything, but best not to stand out like a sore thumb. I may have overreacted then. My lord has said that from the virtuous we may learn to replicate their merits. From the flawed we may learn to avoid their failings. As long as the student is willing to learn, anyone, anything, can be a teacher. I also, to embrace this teaching, seek from all those who we come across. Just what in the heavens are you doing? Aha! I am preparing a lesson plan for young Si-chun, our family hierarch. Wow, you sure got on that fast. So what are these yellow wormy things here? Aha! It is a star, twinkling in its radiance. According to the schedule you have prepared, the student will have negative 3 hours available for sleep. This lesson plan's execution will require cooperation from T-Corp. That man takes everything seriously. Yeah, could be a mistake most fatal indeed. I shall correct it post haste. Zigong was staring at Don Quixote's expression of her wild artistic merit upon the curriculum with her usual crescent moon eyes. Wait, is that supposed to be Zigong's grimace? Of course, each to their own, I suppose. I need not be shaken by every little thing until we have their actual lesson plans in hand. Hey, thanks for putting your faith in us, Zigong. We barely have any of that to go around ourselves, so I understand it couldn't have been easy. You could say that I have learned my lesson. The recent events have taught me that the path of learning is truly one without end. Very interesting. Another student. As we've known from the trailers, we're gonna throw Sinclair into the mix. I hope you're not too harsh on him. I see that you have all individually worked on your lesson plans as per Zigong's request. Oh, it's Zilu speaking. Oh my god, so cute. I have received a total of 12 lesson plans. Ooh, she has a little bunny here. So cool. Remember when Wei was given back to us by the Tom Kapu guy, and he said he'll recover in about 3 to 4 months, but after the entirety of Canto 8 they stated that in a few days and then they all just recovered. So Zilu got a direct hit by him. Basically, I'm trying to say that I kind of wish that, you know, they are still injured in a sense, but so that, you know, I don't know, we can just see them recovering or some shit. Let's carry on. Maybe I'm jumping the gun a bit. Hold on, shouldn't there be 13 of them? Even the executive manager has decided to spare their precious time to teach a class. I wonder what Dante's class would be. How to not die a painful death. A class given by Dante to ensure that he doesn't feel the pain of 12 sinners. Huh, yeah, I handed in my lesson plan too. That is because... so who didn't do their homework? After a brief silence, everyone turned around and looked at one of the sinners. It ain't me. With a bat that says remember, I'm sure he is someone that would have put up a lesson plan. Oh please, at least try to make a compelling argument. Who else other than you could it possibly... It's me. You think? You've been acting out of character a lot recently. What's going on? Well, that's Sinclair was drenched in sweat for some reason. Actually, in Sinclair's seat was a large stack of papers, each filled to the brim with writing. Sinclair, are these papers? Phew, I'm done! Sorry, I got too into making a lesson plan and just couldn't stop myself from writing. Whew. Sinclair couldn't have appeared more proud as he placed that big bundle of sweat-soaked papers in Zilu's hands. And she receives it with mild trepidation. You seem to have dedicated quite a momentous effort in drawing up this lesson plan. What's up with her? Let's start reviewing from the first of the stack. 108 analytical approaches to an aesthetics AAA. What does AAA mean? How do you plan to explore all 108 approaches in a month? Appreciation of artistry in assassinations. Sinclair, what the fuck? Roshi, what the fuck? F you. Went too far. Right. Sorry. Flip a page and continue reading for those 108 approaches. Oh, did Ryoshu make Sinclair write up for her? What paint did you use? It's quite viscous and the paper has partially melted. Ah, lady, watch yourself. You almost got some on my arm. Aha, a painting. Zilu? Oh my god. And entrails coating the world. Would I ever have expected to see an adept to make that face? Or anyone in the city, really? Well, that's something new sometimes. Now you know how aesthetics. Is it supposed to be aesthetics? Is that even a word? God, I'm gonna check. Oh, it is a word. One who professes great sensitivity to the beauty of art and nature. Or the adjective version is aesthetic. But aesthetic also has a noun. Wait, now I'm confused again. Oh, so it's the same thing. Okay. Just what the hell did you paint in that paper? Hey, get it together! Zilu stumbled briefly. Whatever was on that paper must have given her quite the shock. My mind wandered for a moment. This is too dangerous to be used for a lesson. Thus, it goes to the discard pile. weak sauce. Zulu crumpled up the paper without hesitation and tossed it out of sight. Next. Intro to Societal Reintegration. Impressive title. Chapter 1. How to shake hands with your left hand when the situation calls for it. Huh? Chapter 2. Exploration of exclusively long-sleeve fashion and practices. Chapter 3. Projecting confidence and why having a buck arm is totally cool. Oh, Gregory. His little smile at the side. He's like, yep, this is totally a good plan. Ouch. I don't know why I actually expected the sinners to do their work competently. I guess I had higher expectations after most of them went through the cantos. I thought they all had a growing moment, but yeah, it wouldn't be a Limbus company story otherwise, wouldn't it? That's you know how it is. Be proud of who you are, all that philosophy stuff. I wanted this lesson to give a bit of paradigm shift where we can all come to see our flaws not as failings but as evidence for individuality. That's a cool story and all, Gregor, but this is for a family higher up to take over an entire corporation. So, right place, right time type shit, huh? Which will usher in a world where we can carry on with our lives, no matter what kind of arm we have. Discard next. What? Zulu is a discard identity? Who would have thought? Zulu quickly flipped through the pages. Intro to Denigrative Linguistics. Subheading, the power of words. Sticks and stones may break their bones, so let's add words to the pile. I'm trying to guess who wrote this. I want to say Rodion, but it also doesn't seem like it. It's Otis. My credentials include the ability to dress down an opponent so hard that they fall to their knees and beg me to stop. Honestly, then you to get stuck in the power words. Oh, okay, so it's about how to weaponize conversation. I have plans for application as well. The lesson teaches methods pertaining to disguising compliments in criticisms and vice versa. Yeah, you do that a lot, don't you? All of this seems rather difficult to learn. I have concluded from my hitherto observations that Jasi Chun is an individual of great promise in this field. Follow my instructions to a T, and I guarantee you that this cadet shall be able to have the upper hand in any verbal confrontations. Is this a curriculum to make the best brawler or the best family hierarch out of me? Zilo seemed quite interested, but Jasi Chun's vehement veto eventually overruled the suggestion. Zilo was interested? It's interesting. On Justice, another impressive title is Don Quixote. Subheading, Methodologies of Captivating an Entire Room of Preoccupied Audience. Discard. Spy on thee! Wherefore? Next. Praxis of ego splitting concerning inter-mirror conflict between the self and the reflection and paradoxically fractured theory of idealism in which one attempts to open an unopening door to open the door. At first I thought it was Faust, but then it says idealism, so I think it's Isang, but why? I'm pretty sure he would be someone who knows when to put a space. Utterly incomprehensible. Discard. Perhaps Miss Roshu's advice to truncate the lesson title should have been taken in earnest. Survival and Exploration. 21 reasons to pay attention when the exploration team leader is giving advice on the upcoming adventure. Case study for 30 horrible mistakes that occurred between the team was distracted during the leader's lecture. This is Ishmael, right? How to track down a troublemaker who tries to sweep trouble under the rug while the team leader isn't looking. Someone ignored my advice that we should have been moving 2 steps ahead. Finally, I've narrowed them down to 3 culprits. Ah, wait, I forgot to take that part out. And into the shadow it went. When did that paper shadow get here? I, for some reason, didn't actually think the city has shredders. Oh look, that's a very nice picture of a kaiju spitting fire. The art of using yawning as a cover for popping a cookie or two in your mouth, especially useful when getting lectured. Rodion. Hey, if you get good enough at it, you can do that with nuts too. Aha, so it was you who made those crunching noises in our last meeting. What? Nah, do you take me for an amateur? The art of social maneuvers. How to let it flow through you. Huh, who would this be? How to not make things awkward when you walk right in on someone bad-mouthing you. I'm pulling blanks. Hong Lu, the most important part of this art is to flash a refreshing smile in a way that looks earnest. It helps when you convince yourself that smiling is what brings good fortune. It's kinda sad in a way, Hong Lu, but smiles have a way of disarming people, giving them pause and making them hesitate. I remember that. Big Bro used that technique to confuse a lot of the Guanyan people who hated him. I see. I can't quite bring myself to throw this into the shredder. Next, how to remain in complete stillness for a week until the next command is received. Mersault? What the fuck? This lesson plan was designed based on Rodion's advice that I must prioritize strengths that are unique to myself. Look, in my defense, I didn't know he considered that to be his unique strength, okay? Let us consider whether standing in complete stillness for a week is a quality one might seek in the family hierarchy. This one is certainly interesting. What separates bravado from bravery? Jack shite. Heathcliff, sawed off and grab your weapons. Yep, always gotta read the full print. Ha! It's my philosophy that reason doesn't necessarily need to be considered before coming to blows. Martial prowess is indeed an indispensable part of the family hierarchy's qualities. But our focus is not on developing a hierarchy of a syndicate. Next. Information disparity as a driver of inequitable treatment. I want to say it's Faust, but I kind of have a feeling it's more like Karen, but she shouldn't even be here. Oh, that's actually the most interesting sounding one so far. And the application of engineering frameworks. Okay, it's kinda losing me, but I'm still on board. For systematic resolution in rational self-interest driven societies and Jesselshah. Is it still going? That was 1/5 of the full title. It seems that the same trouble has hindered both you and I. Every word in that title was added for its absolute necessity. I think the Council of Faust needs to re-evaluate their stance on what needs to be written or not. Indeed. After she had gone through the majority of our lesson plans, finally. Now that that's over, yeah, it's finally my turn. Whew. Sinclair sighed with the gravitas of someone who's just been bestowed with the most important mission in his life. Thinking back, even back in school, I used to daydream about becoming a teacher myself. I thought I could be good at it. So I guess you could say that I'm pretty happy to be given an opportunity like this. I call my lesson the theory on self-overcoming. We have to accept that everyone stumbles at first, but by always striving to be a better person than I was yesterday, hey, but what if I like who I was yesterday more? That's okay. Everyone has their own unique potential sleeping deep inside. So, with everything I've learned and experienced so far, let me teach you. Let me teach you how to not doubt your own capabilities. How to always shoot higher. Hold on, you had me for a second there. But what's up with acting like you're an infinitely more enlightened person than I am? Of course, I prepared a speaking class where you can learn how to speak with modesty too. I never would have imagined Sinclair would be this into it. Yeah, too bad he's so into it that he's not even listening to what Sichen's saying. Following that, your company's... it seems that Zilu has completed her review. Hey, I wanted to know what Dante wrote. Oh, I see. Now, how's everything going, everyone? Class prep going well? My curriculum most special. Okay, so that's a no. That was Sword's impression upon taking a quick glance at Don Quixote, who was sobbing and cradling the shredded pieces of her lesson plan in her hands. Well, it wasn't a complete bust at least. Sinclair's lesson plan survived. Phew! Miss Zigong, Miss Sword, I prepared a full 30 days worth of lesson plans. Would you like to take a look? But Zigong and Sword weren't looking at the dozens of lesson plans Sinclair presented so proudly before their eyes. They were looking away. Zigong, especially, was looking away with an unmistakable expression of pity. So he doesn't know. Would you mind explaining this, Zilu? I could not bring myself to tell him. Apologies. So this young man produced this entire sizable stack of lesson plans all on his own. I see. Weakness has found its way into your heart in the face of such earnest effort. I understand. However, it has been decided that Sinclair will not be participating as one of Jia Sichun's teachers. Or should I call you pupil Sinclair to be exact? How unfortunate. Haha, there's gotta be a mistake, right? Isn't Sichun the pupil here? No, there hasn't been any mistakes. My lord has specifically instructed that you are to learn from this as well. Oh, I guess Judge Chu should have sensed that he has the mark, the potential, like Damien or some shit. Some enlightened shit's happening. What? What? Seriously? I wasn't expecting Sichun to be so awestruck by it. This isn't right. Guys, this isn't right. Now this looks like a proper classroom. It would have felt pretty dang empty with just Sichun sitting there all on her own, don't you think? Besides, I bet Sing's the resident expert on going to schools, right? School was a luxury for me, you know? Yeah, maybe, but that doesn't mean I ever wanted to go back to school. You should learn to be grateful. I don't dole out my teachings to just anyone. Don't forget we have to redo the whole lesson plan under their supervision. Otis, you always get on your soapbox and try to lecture everyone about something after every single battle anyway. And you, Ishmael, you always get hyperfixated on something. Once you find something interesting, you never stop talking about it for 3 hours, at least. And, I will ensure that you receive the best education I can provide, Sinclair. Hold on, Yisek. I thought we were the underdog duo. Remember during the checkout when I said we got this, we were going to get this together. The evaluation painted a twisted picture of the true scale of strength, the sole measure of which erroneously relied entirely on physical might. I shall not hesitate to impart knowledge for those who require education. Congratulations, my lady, you have found yourself a deskmate, which some also call a bestie, depending on desk placement. Wow, she's actually... I'd imagine? I guess she never had like a normal classroom procedure. She's probably only taught homeschool style, like private tutoring type shit, so she never had like the whole classroom anime arc like Sinclair's Canto and his boys love with Damien type shit. So good for her for being happy. Deskmate? Bestie? What the heck does any of that mean? I am not correlating. Huh? Jia Sichun's eyes widened with confusion as though she just heard those words for the first time in her life. When I first met her when she was 16, she explained to me that she hadn't attended any school-like institutions. This is par for the course for children of Hongyuan who are raised for the purpose of becoming the next family hierarch. The reason being that schools can be a perfect place to assassinate someone. Okay. That got dark really quick. So, deskmates and besties, Sinclair began to explain, seemingly resigned to the fact that he was essentially going back to school for a month with the other sinners as his teachers. Usually sit next to each other and help one another out. A bestie might nudge their other awake when they doze off, share their homework with one another if one forgot to do theirs. They usually end up being included in the best memories of each other's school time. The sparkle is really throwing me off. So, not very important at all, huh? I think I got this on my own. I don't need a bestie. It may have come a few years late, but I am moved that my lady finally has a chance at experiencing school. Same here, I remember it like yesterday. Sichin would sit and watch other kids walk to school from a distance, tears welling in her eyes. Dude! Oh, that reminds me. One day, out of nowhere, she started saying something about eating from lunch boxes with friends. I haven't a clue as to how or where she even heard about it, but she snuck into the kitchen and... Ah, wait! Don't you guys have lesson plans to write? Come on, hurry up! 30 days are ticking down. We've only got 30 days! Of course. Unfortunately, I've become quite occupied with another task of great importance. Assisting Wei with indexing and reviewing various documents that are in critical need of organizing. Thus, I must leave the lesson plan task to you two. Zilu and Miss Sword, have you any thoughts on this matter? Slacker. What was that? I said nothing. It's nice to see other dynamics other than the usual crew. What is? It's called 0, but there's a new icon here. 30 days of classes. Let's see what happens. Zilu and Sword appeared to have aged several years overnight, their faces sunken in sorrow. Finally, after referencing the idiosyncrasies and various statistical data available to us regarding each sinner, they managed to come up with an appropriate curriculum. The IBEC will work on her, not gonna lie. Miss Zilu? Apologies. Sleep deprivation has relieved me of clear mind. The path of an educator is truly a grueling one. Marching to battle would be much easier. Haha. Still, thanks to Mr. Jachu's methodology you shared, we did manage to find a way to make this quite efficient. Efficient, huh? To be a true family hierarch, there are dozens, hundreds of virtues one must understand and master. However, to do so in 30 days as promised is an implausible effort. Thus, we have categorized the countless virtues into 3 supercategories, and they are called... what are these supposed to be? Qi, Yong, and Ren. Qi, wisdom. The wise lose neither people nor words. To hold one's silence in need of speech shall cost them people. To speak in need of silence shall cost them words. A reasonable sequence of logic. Yong, courage. The ability to overcome fear, to act decisively. Have too much of it and risk becoming a brute. Have too little and risk becoming a craven. It needs harmony and balance. So how far are we allowed to go with corporal punishment again? I recall no instance of any discussion regarding corporal punishment. And Ren, humanity. It's the benevolence of the heart, the compass of behavior that dictates respect toward every human. Clearly, most of the faculties of this school are severely lacking in all 3 of your criteria. Just how do you think they'll be able to teach the students anything? Yeah, like the certain someone who needs a lesson in Ren. Are you sure I'm in good hands? Just what the heck am I supposed to learn here? Where's Wei? Mr. Wei and Miss Zigong are currently quite preoccupied handling the monumental task of paperwork. Right. Mr. Wei wanted me to deliver this message to you. Be strong, my lady. Wei! Despite her protestations, the 30 days of classes commence. Oh, okay. What's happening here? Why you no give me the instructions? Yes. My name is Isa. That is all. The class I have prepared for the day. Aha, I have heard plenty about your mirror tech, which makes me wonder, going by the level of advancement in that technology, couldn't you have approached it from a different angle? You know how technological advancement usually goes. People invent for the sake of creation only to have their inventions inevitably warped into weapons of destruction. Indeed, you show much promise already. As you surmise now, the mirror has, in the past, almost been employed to shatter possibilities instead of reflecting them. I'm sure that's the angle most others wanted to see happen. Removal of potential risk sounds much more palatable than potential itself to some people after all. Correct again, yet destruction was a word that bore too much suffering for my heart. My sole egress from it was abandon of my quondam fellows and my life's work, making myself a fugitive from the past. How did you bring yourself to just abandon it all? I conversed. With who? With myself. That lies within me. As you are aware, the mirror's reflection extends beyond the veils of our own reality. It reflects the potentialities, the latent strength, and the world. Yet, even among them, the reflection of the greatest importance is that of the self. Let not the innumerable worlds of the mirror enchant your gaze. First, one must direct their studies inward and reflect upon oneself. I had a very precious time learning to converse with my inner self. Look at them smiling. Justin has grown. Sutra has grown. 6, 6, and 37. Now, if you are prepared, do explain what you see in the mirror. You need haste. For some reason, Sichun appeared to hesitate before the mirror. Hey, you know, it's been a while since I looked into the mirror for so long. Dagwan Wan Singwu Interior, Sichun's clan way. My lady, do you recall Santen, or the Shi family who contacted you for a meeting? Yeah, the guy who said he was gonna show me a precious flower that blooms only at night. I remember that you were vehemently against me going out there, so I stayed inside. I wonder what kind of flower it was. Don't tell me you were actually looking forward to meeting him, my lady. Oh, of course not. You are wise to stay inside. It was revealed that you weren't the only person who was invited, my lady. That vile man had hired a group of assassins to ambush the meeting spot, and would have been waiting there to spring the trap had you gone. But apparently he was outplayed and had his limbs and head torn off as punishment. What a relief, isn't it? I guess. I'm glad I didn't go away. You were right. If only you still had the Wu branch under your control. Stop it. We agreed to move on from that, remember? We don't have to talk about it. I was brushing my hair and looking in the mirror as we were talking, but I realized that I no longer recognized the girl in the mirror. I don't know why, but I found it so hard to meet her eyes. But I brushed it off because I had to. An experience like that was going to be a common occurrence anyway, and the family hierarchy war was always looming on the horizon. Perhaps what you felt then may have been shame, but it is paramount to face oneself nonetheless. Nay, especially so if it was. And Sinclair, what do you see? I see. Well, I just see myself smiling. I don't see what's so out of the ordinary. But it seemed like Sinclair couldn't really bring himself to face the mirror. Hey, after what we just discussed, I think I understand something now. Now that I've had some quiet time looking at my reflection, I think I uncovered a part of myself I had hidden away for a long time. Cool. And it's just the same thing. Oh, the picture in the mirror showed yellow flowers like dong back. Oh, these what's the ego called? I forgot. Approach to ego and reflected world leveled up to expert. Nice. Oh, so now So I can either put... Oh, so I can only put one more and it's... Okay. That's interesting. Alright, so far the gameplay mechanic is pretty still linear. Let's see if anything changes. Ahem. Tis true that the station of teaching is prone to imbue one with a sense of bashfulness. Sinclair and Sichun both sat with a bit of apprehension as well, which is understandable given that Sword told them sometime before the lesson started. Some time ago, Otis, who'd been glaring daggers at Don Quixote for a good while, finally decided to voice her doubts to Sword. So, what is Don Quixote, that woman, supposed to teach? Have you not considered that her usual flippancy might only cause more trouble than it's worth? You worry too much, Otis. While she may not look it, Don Quixote is extremely well versed in those adventure tales. And why would any of that matter? Have you yourself considered that fixes often appear when history is in the making? Let us see here. Don Quixote took a second to savor the moment as though she had been preparing her whole life for it, then continued. Amongst the greatest fixers whose honored names were engraved in history, verily, let us commence this lesson with the tale of the fixer Yu Fei. This tale beginneth in the year sometime later. Are you done? Just how can she continue to talk at such length? She's been going for ages. Thus come of the time to test thy dedication to this class, and the knowledge that should naturally come with it. A pop quiz if thou wilt. When she even find the time to prepare this? Well, she's someone who is meticulous in her craft. I can assure thee, 'tis a quiz of entirely reasonable difficulty if thou hast paid attention in class. Worry thee not. Does this pop quiz have prizes? Aha, but of course, I came prepared for such inquiries. For each correct answer I shall bestow upon thee, from the very treasure chest of mine, these precious fixer badges. Forsooth, I did not let a single day go by in which I did not polish each and every one of them on 3 separate occasions at the very least. I don't know, I don't really need them. Hehe, hold thine applause, for there is a bonus reward for the victor who, by the end of this match, carries more badges. Thou shalt attain the role of a protagonist in this theatrical play of my making, Fixer Chronicles, Yu Fei. This is an opportunity of a lifetime. I'm still not really... It's not doing anything for either of us. It's still a pretty useless reward by turning this into a competition. I won't lose. Seriously? What, scared you'll lose? Is history your weakness or something? Ha! I'll have you know that I was the teacher's pet in every single history class I took. And I'll have you know that I was, no matter the subject, showered with praise from every master I ever had. Okay, if that's how you wanna play it, I'll have you know that I was a prodigy in other classes too. I did great in art classes, pretty good in math too. I was just being humble because I didn't want to steal your thunder, Sitchin. Oh, then let me tell you that I was trained in the mastery of at least 10 different disciplines every single day, and on one of those days, you know what one of my masters told me? He said, looks like Miss Jasichan's finally getting a feel of how friendships close in age are forged in school. That's good. No matter how excellent her masters were, there are some experiences you just can't learn from teachers. I TikToked in response. This year 505, what is the historical community's consensus on the most illustrious battle the fixer Yu Fei is said to have partaken in? Allow me to impart thee a major clue. If thou hadst paid attention as I discourse upon the 5 pillages in which the fixer Yu Fei was mentioned, this should not be a difficult question to answer. The honorable fixer of the Cerulean Heaven, who attained triumph in the Battle of Rhino Tree in the year 465, has said what was the worst ordeal she had to face in her career. I've got it, it's when she had to forge onward despite watching her dear comrades fall one by one as they held the line to buy her time. Ah, damn it, I was too slow. Young Sichun, thou'rt incorrect. Honorable fixer of the Cerulean Heaven is recorded to have testified that the worst ordeal in her career was when she was forced to stand before her enemies with hair that was not luscious, as the supply line breakage caused her regular delivery of nutritional supplements to cease. What Tao has suggested Young Sichun was her 17th most difficult ordeal. I'm getting so confused right now. She's speaking like she was actually there. Who's to say she isn't? Thine impression is quite understandable, for I am trained in the ways of vividly regaling these tales, but most of these are tales I have learned from books. Well, it is said that she got these books from Bari, right? And I assume Bari was the one that experienced all of this, so the second-hand accounts are as close to the original as it could be. Much did I anticipate an opportunity to regale these tales to such audience, enough to study the ways of minstrels. There was a clear look of pride in her twinkling eyes. She has little figurines. Time certainly flies, and hearing the tales of exciting adventures. It seems Ren increases the most. Ren is humanity. I was not expecting Ren to be the highest to increase in Don Quixote's class. I'd expected it more to be courage. It's a very nice pose. I like it. What was the secret technique Honorable Fixer Lysander employed in his resolution of the case of the forest? Speak its name in full. I've got it. It's a Summonite Fantasia. Yet I cannot let pass such an unmotivated retelling of his super ultimate move. Hardly could one internalize the true noble spirit of fixers by simply reciting it with such apathy. Thou must recreate the exact pose and the enunciation. Are you kidding me? Ooh. Come on, you can do this, Justin. You can do this. This is nothing. She's doing it. The illusions of a midsummer night shall devour thee whole. Summer, night, Fantasia! It's in Don Quixote there crying. There's a drawing over there. Let me see what it is. I can't see it properly. Very nice. Thine enunciation was quite shaky upon the word illusions, yet thou hast demonstrated sufficient courage. Thus I bestow upon thee this badge. I grow tired of this nonsense. Just how much longer are you planning to drag this on? Thus muttered the hero, then declared, I shall tear this evil storm asunder and find a place for this blade at the center of thy heart. Dante, lights, left side. Gotcha. Don Quixote, who was watching Sinclair and Jar Sichun's 2-person play, silently wiped her tears away. Bravo, bravo, certain minor details were missed, such as that Yu Fei the fixer was left-handed, and that he had a habit of playing with a lighter in his left pocket before every duel, yet 'twas a wonderful reenactment indeed. I have no other critique to impart upon thee. This is the second time she made this face, and the first time was when her canto ended, which was said enough essays. When faced with great adversity and tiny adventures, rekindle the memory of Yu Fei, the fixer's final duel. Remember it well. Thus cometh to an end the lessons of today. It was just for a moment, but I think I'm starting to get it. I get why she's so obsessed with fixers. Clutched tightly in Sichun's hand were the badges Don Quixote had gifted to her. I was completely absorbed in the exhilarating tales of fixers. I even forgot to breathe at one point. Well, she received courage, but for some reason Ren is the highest. I had a very precious time converse with my inner self. I guess Don Quixote had a more even scope. Gain 60 max HP. Nice. Morale minus 8. Oh, she's currently at 92. EXP. Oh, okay, so I can only take one class each. Alright, let's see what Faust has to teach. Understanding of city engineering and its practices. Boom! This is a component part taken from the structure that forms each core. This may prove to be an opportunity to conduct an in-depth analysis on the nature of the former H-Corp singularity, which has been enduring for such a long time. Huh, you look kinda upbeat today, Miss Faust. Indeed, an opportunity to study the old H-Corp singularity is not one that comes often. As there was potential for integration into Mephistopheles, I made a request to disassemble a part of the bus's engine, but was denied. A shame. Aren't you the one who built Mephistopheles though, Miss Faust? Mephistopheles is indeed Faust's work, but not all of it was mine. It is possible that Faust may never reveal every small detail that went into its creation. I would very much enjoy a chance to completely disassemble it, even its engine, so that it could be reassembled with my own hands. Yeah, sure. Oh, that was short. It exploded. Managed to learn various detailed mechanical functions about OH Corp's technology. Oh, there's a combo. Okay. Pixel Social Encyclopedia for Dummies. Oh, this one has a lot of Z. So that's how it works. I think I get it. Didn't think this is how I get to learn more about the old H-Corp. I don't think I can do much against the reconstruction days right now, but this knowledge will certainly come in handy when the day comes for me to gradually dismantle the iniquitous thing. The day when Hongyuan can be a place where people can live without fear. Without the fear of the encroaching reconstruction days, without obsessively counting their rooms to see if they'll fall or not, until Hongyuan can be a place where you can sleep with the promise of safe tomorrows. I'm sure you'll pull it off. Oh, and I learned a lot during this lesson too, Miss Faust. The hell did you do? We would never expect Faust to be someone who makes such mistakes. The voltage must have been set too high, repeating experiment with a different combination of fuses and wires. There was supposed to be a lesson somewhere in there, right? Success rate. My war tales. Does upgrade? What does upgrade mean? Should I? I want to make the expert level to master first. That's what it says. Let's settle with this for now. Oh, she increases morale. So do I want to decrease it as much first and then increase it? Oh yeah, she doesn't give as much compared to others. So it'll make more sense to use others until it's low enough and then increasing it back up with. Alright, let's try that. Unlike some other classes which were more on the upbeat side of things. Oh boy. The room's air felt grim and solemn as soon as everyone saw what Gregor had written on the chalkboard. On war. Losing a wing war leaves a much larger, longer-lasting impact than some medium-sized enterprise closing up shop. It might be too soon to talk about this. We came pretty darn close to one recently, didn't we? We were this close to a large-scale war breaking out right here, which absolutely would have happened if Miss Si-chun here failed to finish her ascension. It would have spread like wildfire too. So, my class is going to be what exactly happens when a war... Oh. The piece of chalk slipped through Gregor's fingers as he went to scribble something on the board. His left hand was trembling as though the room's temperature had plummeted only for him. Man, why it's gotta... Excuse me, Miss Zilu, is it okay if I smoke? Go ahead. You're good. Well, when else am I gonna get a chance to share the realities of war right to a Wing Chief Executive Officer's face, huh? The moment they just don't come off your skin, no matter how hard you scrub at them. Hey, take a break if you need it. I'm going to listen to every word you have to say here today, no matter how long it takes. Man, do I appreciate that sentiment. Well, still though, I can't dilly-dally when Miss Sitchin's got other stuff to deal with, huh? So, let's take a look at how things were at the very beginning of the Wing War. Now I know enough about urban and trench warfare to give an explanation on my own. It's weird because they're all smiling, but hey. Let's not think about it too much. And that's why the smoke war fronts were mostly characterized by trench warfare. No one wanted to risk fighting in concrete jungles where they could be surrounded by enemies at all times. So everyone tried to draw each other out to an open field battle, which naturally turned into trench warfare. Of course, every wing has a different singularity, so this is not really applicable to all cases. It's just that the former G Corps found flat plains easier to maneuver in. I feel like Daguanyan would make a pretty good use of Hongyuan as a defensive fortress, especially with its internal structure constantly shifting around, which the Heisho know and use very well. Exactly. This should explain why they were hesitating outside Daguanyan. Remember the thumb fellas? The ones we met who were going in circles? Not to mention how the Heisho all utilized the topography of Hongyuan differently. Even if an outsider were to get a read on how one of the branches maneuver around Hongyuan, as long as the 12 Heisho branches are standing, Hongyuan is unassailable. Well, despite going into all that, I'm sure we all know what the best answer in all warfare is. Not having a war in the first place. I'll be honest. I can't stop thinking about some of the stories you've been telling us. I can't even imagine what it would have been like to have to not only witness it, but go through all of it. You did visit your fathoms, Gregor, but that wasn't even the tip of the iceberg. The city was devoured in smoke, its citizens in madness. He'd always shrug off those stories as ramblings of the past, but during the war, he stood at the center of the heartless machine that was the city. Its every gear calibrated to slaughterhouse precision to maximize the death of its people. There, he must have witnessed things far worse than the worst of the city presently has to offer. His eyes gazed beyond the veil of the bygone past, shaking restlessly in pursuit of what was no more. Oh boy, sorry fellas. I'm afraid I got carried away lamenting what happened there. I forgot this was supposed to be a class. I'll be sure to prep something more useful next time. No. Everything you told me really solidified my resolve. This chaos within Hongyuan needs to come to an end soon, lest something so horrible could happen. I'm heading to my next class. Wait, what? Do you have multiple rooms? I thought the only thing that's changing was the teacher. Even after the two students had left, Gregor lingered in that room for a while, lighting up cigarette after cigarette without erasing what he wrote on the chalkboard. Smoke soon filled the room. He left only after almost emptying the entire pack. Learn how to treat myself in the mirror. Oh, Yisung doesn't have a combo with Gregor. Okay. Level up to master. Just so Jinggang Bolo passive if you the self passive. 72 12. Okay, so we can see some of the combos. I think it's either no one has a combo with Honglu or we just don't know. Let's go for more. I have an urge to level up everything. Why do I feel like there's no right answer to any of this? should I just try and make my rent as high as just focus on one stat? I think that's the right way to go. How are classes going, Sichin? I'm not you, big bro. I pay attention in class. Oh, hello, Mr. Ayu. Woohoo, she was really insistent on helping me out, even though I refused because she looked preoccupied. The moment I found out the contents of his lesson plan, I simply could not allow him to do this alone. Looks like it's going to be another serious class. At this point, I feel like Dante is a student too, but hey, I guess he's like the teacher assistant. Just there to supervise the class. Apologies for the delayed greetings. Dayu of the Lin family formally extends the greetings to the venerable hierarch. Been a while since I heard that greeting around here. Wait, what about Big Sis Bao Chai? Are you sure she's okay for a Su family bodyguard to be here? I am no longer employed as Miss Bao Chai's guard. Oh wait, don't tell me we got you. Everything I did that day, including accompanying you, was under Miss Bao Chai's orders. As for why she no longer needed my services, I don't understand myself. She suddenly let me go after the trouble was over. So, what's there for you to teach me, big bro? Your last lesson plan about not making things awkward got vetoed by Zilu, so... You could have taught me a thing or two if we were still kids, but... Come on, you spend most of your time stuck in Yi Yong Yuan after leaving Hong Yuan. Yi Hong Yuan after leaving Hong Yuan. I don't know what you could possibly have to teach me. Hehe, don't you worry, Sichun. This is the one thing I think I'm pretty good at. My lesson for Sichun and Sinclair is... In clear, neat handwriting, Hong Lu wrote Surviving Hong Yuan on the chalkboard. Oh, well, I don't think I need any help in that department from you. Look, I know you've had your fair share of assassination attempts, big bro, but Jamu, the previous hierarch and the Elder's favor sheltered you from the worst of it. She's not wrong. Back when we had to fight our way through a bunch of sweepers, weren't you also one of the handful who got assassinated? Oh, that? I was wandering the hallways because I felt like something was off about my room. Until Dante told us all to go back to our rooms, of course. Wait, it was my fault? You do have some intuition, I'll give you that. Looks like I'm going to have to prove myself. Dayu, would you mind preparing the thing? You have my utmost faith, but please do practice caution. Sometime later, Lin Dayu appeared with 4 bowls splishing with tea before sprinkling some powder into one of them. What's that? That's powdered wolf's bane. I see where this is going. You're going to teach me how to tell which one of these bowls contain poison, right? You can stop now. I learned to recognize infamous poisons like wolf's bane when I was 7. If it was something as tame as what you are suggesting, venerable hierarch, I would not have been here to accompanying him. Lin Dai continued her process, sprinkling wolfsbane powder into 2 more bowls. Hong Lu, who was watching that with an oddly contented expression, closed his eyes. Please mix them up, Dayu. Okay, wait, what? We stared in confusion, but we could hardly tell what was going on with the speed at which Lin Dayu swapped around the bowls. When we looked back at Hong Lu, there were 3 silver spoons in his hands. Those silver spoons were custom made at Da Guan Yuan's request, a massive item for children of the 4 great houses. They can detect non-sulfuric poison as well. Yeah, I know, they're actually... Actually what? It's nothing. Woohoo, in Hong Yuan, where we are beset by threats of assassination from all directions, knowledge alone isn't enough to save you. What the heck are you? But Hong Lu opens his eyes before Jia Sichun can finish her sentence. Then he throws the silver spoons in his hands like throwing pins toward 3 of the bowls, and immediately chucks the 4th bowl, which he hadn't thrown a spoon at. Holy crap, are you insane? You barely even checked them for... Siren's newer tea is always delicious, even when cooled. The 3 silver spoons Hong Lu had cast earlier were slowly melting away after quickly becoming tarnished black. Is wolfsbane poison supposed to melt through metal? People like to be thorough with their poisons in Da Guan Yuan. Since everyone's been trained for immunity since childhood, you have to make a mixture of various poisons to have a real effect. Fine, I don't even wanna argue. What's your secret? I wanna know too, do they sound different or something? Hehe. I just went with my hunch. Just a hunch. How are we supposed to learn that? We're not Heathcliff, you know? We'll get the hang of it after a few tries. I'll help you out. Shall we begin with 2 bowls? I had a so-so time with your repetitive practices looking for tells. Oh, Sinclair got a reduced. Interesting. I see, when you say you just avoided whatever felt wrong with a hunch, you were reflexively identifying the threat by reading the room and connecting it to your intuitive experiences. Aha! You were using Miss Dayu's anxious breathing to clue you in. So this is how you managed to survive for so long. Listen carefully, Sichun. I know that the adepts of each Heisho will come to your aid with a flick of your wrist. And I know that your residence, Nuan Xiang Wu, will be engineered by the best craftsmen to become a safe fortress stocked to the brim with all kinds of useful boluses to protect your life. Even still, there will come a day when you start to feel this creeping sensation whose origin you can't identify, and when it does, I hope you won't brush off that sensation as nothing. You're worrying over nothing. Jia Si-chun whipped around away from Hong Lu as if to express dissatisfaction, but her softened expression told me that she was glad to see him worried. The young stepped from class, reflecting. Every 6 days, you will be subject to midterms, prepared by the board of directors, Jia Yuanchun. A palanquin has been prepared to take you to the exam sites, and only by passing the test may Jia Si-chun retain her status as a family hierarch. My lady. Oh, don't worry yourself over much, Master Wei. You sound like you're at a funeral. She will pass this test with ease as long as she has been diligently taking her classes. No, I simply hope I can survive until she returns. It seems that Wei's rather funereal voice wasn't just out of his concern for Si-chun. Wei, are you sure you're okay? I can't escape them, even in dreams, the unfinished bundles of paperwork cascading over me like a storm burying me. Steel yourself, or there was no dream at all. In fact, never have I once seen paperwork trained in the art of airwalking until now. I must be severely sleep deprived. Looks like we're not the only ones going through the ringer. One defensive mandatory classes versus. I like how they just threw in this midterms thing, even though like the whole story of the first part was, oh, after 30 days is the test. We never say anything about, oh, every 6 days we have a mini test before the test. Whatever. Let's see how the midterms go. Hey, you're one of the she boys. We finally meet. I had hoped to fight you in the family hierarch war. If you run into me then, isn't this supposed to be a sparring match? Why does it sound like you have a personal grudge against me? Oh, it's nothing. Nothing at all. Why in the world would I ever hold a grudge against you? The results of the family hierarch war couldn't be any clearer, and everyone even remotely connected to the mess has all been dragged away and put under investigation. Hey, guess what? They dragged away half of my family, which means more room for me. I should really thank you, right? Honestly, why don't you just declare a war against the Shi family at this point? Wouldn't that be much easier? War's not easy, it never is. Why are you talking about all of a sudden? It's not something we should be talking so lightly about, even as a joke. Your family was arrested because they are under investigation for treason against Ta Guanyuan. If they're innocent, I'm sure they'll be released soon enough. I know it's pretty much a given that they'll all be ruled as guilty, regardless of what really happened. You know I can't even pay them a visit because you've hidden their cells all over Hongyuan. They're not hidden. All holding cells within Hongyuan have always been designed to move around in very short intervals. You know, that does seem like the kind of design that would lead people to make some unfortunate assumptions, though I'm sure the initial purpose was to prevent escapes. I recently gained a better understanding of Hongyuan's structure, so I'm planning to change our policy so that prisoners still on trial are allowed to have fixed locations. Really? Where'd you? I was lucky enough to take a few excellent classes recently. managed to reflect upon myself a bit too. Huh, you did change a little. Still, you better not expect me to go easy on you. I've got my own things to take care of. Still, you better not expect me to go easy on you. I've got my own things to take care of. Good. Come on, let's do this. Many illustrious fixers of the past have said that naught but disparagement awaits unjust victories. Oh, there's a little Citroen door. Seems it's the exact same. So interesting that this is how they played out. They could have just did the same thing as like the Don Quixote Bari fight, but they just made a makeshift battle thing. There's not much for us to do instead of just pressing this one button.
다른 누구도 아닌 나 자신을 들여다봐야 해. Man didn't stagger. You gotta be kidding me. That was uneventful. Good for you, you won. Now stop giving me that look and get out of here. You lost most of your clan during the family hierarch war, didn't you? Yeah, so what? Are you calling me a penniless loser? Yeah, you little. And I'm sure that's what I look like to you too. I don't want every clan member who died in the evaluation to have died for nothing. If I show weakness, that means I'm making everyone who participated in the evaluation look weak. So I'm going to win, and I'm going to win without the fertile soil my predecessors have left behind, because their legacy was unjustly nourished by the blood and tears of Hong Yuan itself. Shi Huazhen, you are tenacious, determined, and strong of will. That must be why everyone stood by you, down to the last man. You knew my name, ma'am? I do. He showed respect in that last second. So, what do you think? Want to make them sing your name in glory for the remaining history of Hong Yuan? Oh, she's gonna rebuild the board of directors or some shit. Exploring and overcoming the unknown. Jianghu journeys. Alright. My plan was to max out Ren, right? Yep. Courage to comfort. Heard you managed to come out on top in your first sparring match. Congrats. Thanks. I gotta admit, your classes are definitely coming in handy. I like your attitude. Well, shall we take a look at what I prepared for today? You're teaching about exploring, huh? It's going to be an indoors class? Yep, exploring. Where should I begin? It's a very big subject. Free soloing to the top of the highest building in Hongyuan. Surviving 10 days in Hongyuan backstreet with only 3 items. I had plenty of ideas, but most of them got denied. And rightly so. And that's when I realized that exploring isn't always limited to adventures in the physical space. A few weeks ago, so I'm just here to fill in, since this game needs a certain number of players, but really? Can you really call this tabletop game an adventure? Yet in games of make-believe, any simulacra can be made as real as, what a move. Oh, nice, I'm gonna roll for damage. Are they playing D&D? Gah, young Ishmael, thou has absolutely pummeled the Gorgon beast with thy fireball spell, rendering it most crispy. It was a formidable foe that was wonderfully executed, Miss Ishmael. Huh, really? Well then, as my next move. And that's how you came up with this? I played a few other games, but this is new for me too. I'm still pretty new in general, I guess. This is called Jianghu Journeys, or J&J. D&D. It's a popular game among Hongyuan's youths. It's gotten generally positive reviews too. What Ishmael got proudly presented before everyone appeared to be a board game with numerous cards and minifigures. Okay, what do these huge piles of papers have to do with exploration? Rule number 1. The most experienced player among those gathered becomes the JM. The JM? Yeah, Journey Master. The Journey Master designs the story around the player's choices, sets the stage for what happens next, and generally helps guide the explorers to safely arrive at their goals. That's why the most experienced player takes that role, which would be me, with Stir Decks. Each character seems to have these things called stats. Looks like we just have to pick from a set of pre-made characters for this one. So, I'm supposed to be playing this character's role. Sinclair and Jasi Chen picked up their cards while confusion clear in their eyes. You arrive at the great city of Yanyun, Smoke Cloud, a place known to be a gathering hub for all kinds of influential people. You travel here in search of a legendary treasure called, the Tianya Sword, the Sword of Farland. The city of Yanyun, huh? Cool. So why are we looking for this sword again? It's because, so there's this legend in Yanyun about how the Sword of, the Tianya Sword is the only way to quell the chaos of these lands and bring peace to its people. And also about how having that sword is the proof of the true leader of these lands. And so on and so forth, you know. Ishmael was stuttering and stammering through the introduction without her usual confidence. I see, this city called Yanyun must be a lot of trouble too. Seemingly affected by the oddly familiar setting of the story, Jasi Chun nodded solemnly without noticing Ishmael stumbling through the introduction. Well, you know how it is. The point is, you guys need to go find that sword. Then I will claim the Tianya sword, no matter what it costs me. Jasi Chun nods with determination. Ooh, yes. What a wonderful adventure that was. I'm so excited for our next session. I'm in class. She has a big box. They're just having a good old J&J session. Ooh, this one gives a lot of young. From the rumors you've gathered, it seems that the Kazan Keep might have heard of the whereabouts of that sword. What will you do? I walk up to the Kazan Keep, chat him up, and try to gain his trust. Are you sure? Remember, your whiz is extremely low right now. It means that you'll find it hard to form even the simplest sentences. What if I found a different way to gain the Kazan Keep's trust that doesn't involve sweet-talking him? I do have a pretty high strength stat, which should give him access to certain alternative methods of persuasion that doesn't require skill in speechcraft. Hold on. I'll try to convince the Kazan Keep. I think I've got a decent chance at this. My whiz is pretty high. And you? Pass the check. The Kazan Keep looks at you, having lowered his guard. Oh, not you, Sinclair. He's still pretty wary of you. Okay then, I guess I'll just stand in the corner over there, unsheath my weapon and play around with it for a bit. That's what he expects me to do anyway, isn't it? You're just role-playing it, Cliff, now, aren't you? The Kazan Keep shares some information about the sword he heard. He explains that the party should seek northeast towards Yinti Mountain. Cloud rise. But, what's this? Tears begin to well in the Kazan Keep's eyes as he continues to explain. Apparently, a patrolling guard beat his son pretty badly, just for loitering around the guard. The wound is pretty severe, so he needs medicine, but he can't seem to find any. Oh no. That's too bad, but we've got a job to do. Since we have what we came here for, we'll leave the cats on. Well, they say that JMs aren't supposed to interfere with the players' choices, but let's be honest, I would have made the same choice. You can't stop and help out for every little side quest when there's a whole lot of adventure to go through. No, we're not leaving. I'm going to get him that medicine. What? After a few turns of various trials and tribulations for Sinclair, the Kacang Kid's son, who fortunately was able to recover, hears your story and hesitantly shares what he knows. You realize that he's talking about the fairy Yao Guai, guardian of the Tianya sword. He explains that the fairy Yao Guai's power grows under bright moonlight. Hold on, isn't it full moon right now? Then we should wait until the sky is overcast. Hearing that, the innkeep's son takes a quick look at the clouds, then tells you that it might be raining in about a week. Glad we helped him out. Phew, okay, let's make sure we're prepared before we go. Oh, they have a original CG too. You're gonna have to roll 15 or higher to hit. There's a little dragon here, little houses, sword. I know what the blue thing is, the other sword. I know, I'm focused. Hey, I rolled a 16! With a final singular strike from Jia Chun, the fairy Yao Guai finally falls to the ground, defeated. Yes, the Tianya sword is ours. Excited, the party runs up to the sword embedded deep into the earth, and grabs enthusiastically upon the hilt. With this we can. However, the defeated fairy Yao Guai, whom the party assumed was dead, suddenly jumps to its feet and lunges at Jia Chun, who just pulled the sword from the ground. No! I quickly get between Si Chun and the monster, but if that crits, it's going to be pretty deadly, even for you. Let's see if you can make the evasion save. One and another one. Nope, that's a critical fail. It's okay. Sinclair falls to the ground, bleeding profusely from the gaping wound. The Yao Guai lies still as well, the final vestiges of its strength completely spent. What? Why is he suddenly bleeding? What the? Aren't you? Isn't this a bit too realistic? Go on without me. Take that sword and go down to the village. Become the leader they need. That sword as your proof. No, this sword wouldn't mean anything without my adventuring buddy. I'm going to bandage Sinclair out and carry him back. I won't leave him behind and descend the mountain all on my own. Wait, that's your choice then. Yeah, the bleeding stops as soon as you wrap him up. He's just that sturdy, you know. That strike would have killed pretty much anyone, but you know how healthy he is. On your feet, Sinclair. We're getting out of here together. Grab onto my shoulder. That's it, step by step. Hey, Si Chun, look over there. Everyone we help and save on our journey come out to welcome us home. You're right. If it weren't for you, Sinclair, I never would have stopped and talked to every single villager there to hear their troubles. The sword was only a symbol all along. The treasure was the journey along the way. The friends we made along the way. All of our efforts and experiences we gained in our journey for the sword were what taught me how to be a good leader, not the sword itself. You're right, the real success of this adventure was everyone's efforts along the way. I feel like the game overtook the class at some point along the way. Oh, I now have full control. Judgment containment. In regards to every activity, involvement of unnecessary emotions and personal judgment is to be wasteful. I'm gonna need you to elaborate on that. And I will share an excerpt from Sinclair's exchange with the manager 32 days ago. Begin quote. Huh? 32 days ago? What? Excuse me, Dante. I'm sorry to have to ask you this, but most of us are fatally wounded, so can you please turn the clock just one more time?
Would I have ever considered Mersault to be a good actor? As a man who has journeyed in search of, what was his journey here? To find emotion or something? He has partaked in a lot of things, even clubbing. The fact that he's able to show expressions even as an expressionless man is interesting, but let's just carry on. End quote. Unnecessary interjections weighed down your requests. Wow, that's pretty bad. Did I really start it that badly? It is a waste of time to involve emotions when delivering unfavorable news. The same message could have been delivered with merely 2 words. We failed. Let us commence field practice. Do not ask me a single question for the next 5 minutes. Well, okay, sure seems easy enough. Suddenly, Mersault let out a cry as he clutched his chest, then fell to the floor. Are you okay? Mersault, you okay? His eyes snapped open. Task failed. 5 minutes have not passed. You're cheating. This reminds me of the incident Sinclair had so desperately wished to hide. What? The what who wished to what? Despite your belief that no one would ever find out your secret, there was one person who got to the bottom of the incident. Come on, just what did you see? Failed again. Took the class. Oh, it's straight to expert, isn't it? Oh, you also give morale. Interesting. Oh. And there's still a lot of other ones. Whatever. Intelligence acquisition. Corner your enemy. Attention! Today's lesson will cover intelligence acquisition. In other words, men. You will learn how to gain information from people. Hey, I'm pretty good at that. You just have to turn them to your side. By being generous with my spending, by setting a good example as a superior, they'll eventually open up. Foolishness! Eh? That is among the worst strategies I've ever had the displeasure of hearing. Do you not see how wasteful it is to spend a limited military budget? How wasteful it is to spend so much precious time trying to butter them over? The most efficient means of obtaining intelligence is torture. Torture? I'd say that's the worst strategy I've ever had the displeasure of hearing. I'd rather not waste my clan strength on something so utterly useless like that. Besides, if you end up accidentally killing them, foolishness. Jeez, can you stop saying that word? How simplistic and disappointing. Your imagination falls short. If that is all you can think of when you hear the word torture, then this unit, this isn't exactly a military unit, then this Hongyuan may indeed be beyond your ability to lead. Well, I'm waiting. Go ahead on with your lesson. The mention of Hongyuan seemed to put Sichun in a thoughtful mood as she stopped arguing and began focusing on class. The most effective method of torture isn't physical. Things like waterboarding, electrocution are all inferior. Today, you will learn the torture of language. With this method, you will always find the answer you want. Use speechcraft to entrap their minds, slowly constrict around them, and let them take brief signs of relief every time they give you an answer. That, cadets, is what you will be learning today.
To your positions, cadets. I thought it's about speechcraft. Learn some threats and intimidating instructions I could use to frighten the target. Mandatory class. So, I hear you've defeated Shi Huazun. You would do best not to let that get to your head. He's always been our family's greatest shame. Hey, watch yourself. Haven't you learned not to underestimate the family underdogs? What? Oh, you don't know? You see, I managed to talk Shi Huazun into, you know... What? No, it can't be. You cannot have spilled the beans on my parents. My men are already on the way. Ugh. But how did you know it was Block 32? I barely managed to get them a hiding spot there. Oh, so it's Block 32. Did you just... I did, huh? That was way easier than it was during class. I've heard stories about how you've changed. I didn't know you had changed into such a heartless woman. Say something, damn it. Don't just stand there completely expressionless and... Oh, I see. You won't be shaken by silly little things like this. Is that it? They may defeat the seat of the hierarch. However, a leader who responds with silence to their inferiors, a leader who considers them only a disposable tools, is bound to rot. I, Shi Sijing, refuse to let someone so unqualified such as yourself retain power. You know, that was something. Hey, what's up?
망설이지 않고 한 번.
I do wonder how, with all these lessons going on, how much would it affect Sinclair in future stories? I mean, there should be like a bigger reason than to just put him as a pupil just for comedic sake. Oh, she actually got hit back. Simple. So far all the tests have been combat related. Damn it. I was so close. Did you ever really take the time to think about what might happen if Big Sister Yuan Chun actually gained control of Hongyuan? Sure, it's gonna be all buddy-buddy at first. She's going to acknowledge the authority of the board of directors, butter you up, and compensate you for your efforts. But soon you're going to see people from other nests coming in here and taking out administrative positions under the guise of advisors. And it's the small families and clans that are going to suffer first. And when that time comes, I bet you'll be saying the same thing then. I was so close. It's going to be a while before other members of your family are let go, you know this already. They committed treason, thinking they were piggybacking off Big Sister Yuan Chun's forces, when in reality she had already discarded them even before it began. She's made sure that nothing about this treason is going to stick to her. Mother, father. Now let's think about this carefully, about Jia Yuan Chun's visions for the Guanyan. Will it be more H-Corp or Q-Corp? I see the point you're making, but you've not given us any reason to trust you either. What guarantee do I have that you won't just toss us aside when we're no longer useful? So, about that hiding place where you put your family, your parents you just accidentally let slip. I'd known their whereabouts for a while actually. My Heisho had identified their location long ago. But I didn't do anything because there wasn't any evidence that pointed to your parents' involvement. Is that true? Just how low is your opinion of the hierarch? Big sister Yuan Chu made a big show of her own influence at the assembly, but I still have tight control of the Heisho of the family hierarch. I thought you were arresting every member of the Shi family without even questioning them. What was it again? That leaders must take good care of those who are in the same boat as them? Why would any hierarch go around arresting innocent people age cop left and right, unnecessarily making more enemies for themselves? I sure don't plan on doing that. PCOC, taking care of children. This is the first time we see Roshu doing anything other than killing. It's the fact that it was Limbus company that had to access their records to create these lesson plans for them, right? So they forced her to do the taking care of children thing. Sorry, what? 70s. TKTDWK. Nope, I got nothing. Teaching kids to deal with kids. Huh, she says. Looks like your manager's not the only one who needs a translator. I would have liked to teach a particularly bloody art class, but that AL black hair discarded my lesson plan. I don't know what AL is. Yeah, no, I don't think your lesson plan would have flown even if Zilu wasn't there, artless or otherwise. In today's class, I'll sync if you're a UA. What? But I'll scan if you're a UC. I'll snap your neck completely if you're an unruly adult. But I'll soothe, coax, and nurture if you're an unruly child. Did you guys rehearse this or something? Am I getting pranked right now? No, not at all. Just listen carefully, evaluate the context, and there you have it. What context? What context was I supposed to evaluate? Let the art do the talking. MTL, kids. Yeah, there's much to learn. Class is about to begin. Bring the class material, attendant. Yes. Upon the venerable family hierarch's orders, I brought a child from the Wang family. Why is it? No, wait, what? You brought a who from a what family upon whose orders? I've too many travel restrictions here, so I borrowed the rich kid's attendant. You've been bringing her along to get you to places, huh? The rich kid's attendant. Oh, okay. No, I mean, just what do you mean you brought that kid on my orders? Ryoshu snuffed out her cigarette, opened the window to clear out the smoke, dusted off her clothing a few times, and only then brought the child to the elevated platform in front of the class. The kid's kinda trembling and anxious looking. I extend my greetings to the venerable hierarch. That kid's scared out of his mind. Memories of childhood are important. They're the experiences that shape your future. Oh my god, it's Roshu without a cigarette. That's crazy. Observe and learn. What's up with you acting serious all of a sudden? Although I do agree that childhood memories are important. My memories with Big Brother about you are what... Anyways, moving on, you heard nothing. The point is, I think becoming approachable to kids here might help prevent a lot of potential future conflicts. But you got your work cut out for you. Children of Daguan, you are now extremely wary of anyone who's not their immediate family. Even worse, you pretty much tricked that kid here using my name. He must be terrified, and I imagine his parents must have given him a whole lot of warnings too. I'll give you a demonstration. Behold. Laughing and playing with children brought back fond memories of my own childhood. Wow, he's really taking a liking to her. Yeah, he wouldn't stop crying when we tried to get him to calm down. Besides, how she's even doing that with her hands? Not even masters of martial arts move like that. Ryoshu was practically giving him no time for any other distractions or even a moment to cry. She was taking care of that kid almost effortlessly. She was employing all kinds of tactics, including but not limited to ventriloquism, kongzu, a traditional Hongyuan toy, fan tricks, sugared fruits, and eventually... Hehe. Don't pull too hard. The child ended up piggybacking on Ryoshu, the fear he showed earlier gone without a trace. Never would have imagined Ryoshu would be good at this. Neat. And with the exact same expression as her usual one, Ryoshu was gently caressing the child. Well, to be more exact, she was giving him a gentle pat. But I think I get it. Showering kids with tasty stuff and gifts isn't the best way to go about it. What's important is helping them understand just what kind of person I am. Yeah, the kid's really on edge for his age. I start to make some progress, but whenever he suspected that I was lying or something, he'd immediately go back to being on guard. It's also because he's a Daguanyan kid. Kids don't survive this place for long if they're not quick on the uptick. Venerable Hierarch, may I ask you something? Well, asking's free, but I gotta tell you, it's going to depend on what you're about to ask whether I can help you or not. Huh? Wrong move, Rookie Hierarch. Why say all that when TWTD? You don't get the immaculacy of succinct abbreviation. Ryoshu grabbed the child's shoulders, brought him before Jasichun, then in her usual curtness spoke precisely 2 words to confuse the child, and that seemed to do the trick. Oh, 2 words to do the trick, right? Why say all that when 2 words do? 2 words do trick. Speak, kid. It's my big sis said that when the family hierarchy was over, I can finally play taunts with friends. But their parents told them to stay inside because it's too dangerous outside. My cousin says you're the biggest and the baddest of Hongyan, Venerable Hierarch. So I wanted to ask if you can make Daguanyan safe. I want to play with my friends. Gotcha, I'll review your suggestion positively. She says she'll totally make that happen. Sometime later, after Spins guided the child out of the classroom, I found Jasichun whispering something to herself. You've got a lot off your plate, huh? Dealing with restructuring days is just one of them. I was going to try to improve the safety of this place anyway, whether he asked me to or not. Safe enough for a kid like that to run around the market all on his own, a place where he doesn't have to be afraid to go outside. Oh, it increases 50 now. Yeah, now you can just do random ass shit. Do I just keep increasing my rent now that you also increase rent? You increase renovation. Yeah, let's do that. All about the poker face. 16. You know something? Everyone communicates with their eyes even before they talk. So you better pay attention to what your eyes are saying. Great, that's really great, but I don't know, it just feels like an oddly specific subject to be talking about, especially when we're sitting around a gambling table. Sinclair, given the time limit, this just happened to be the fastest and clearest method of demonstrating and training your abilities to control your emotions. I swear, I had no other ulterior motive. I was practically forced to do this. Wait, stop glaring at us like that and join us at the table. I am only briefly visiting my lady to pick up some paperwork, as there is still much work to be done. I'll be leaving in no time. Come on guy, you know this game needs 4 players. I refuse your invitation. I must say it's ridiculous of you to force my lady to partake in such a base activity, and what audacity to invite me as well. Oh, so you think you don't have a chance, huh? Wow, and here I thought you'd at least be better than me at this game. Fine, fine, I get it. Don't play a game you have a snowball's chance in hell of winning. It's a good philosophy, I subscribe to it. Do you seriously think your shallow, obvious attempts at goading me into playing this game will work? Huh? Huh? What? Sorry? Scrub say what? So we joined the table. Alrighty, the lesson's pretty straightforward. You three will work together to ensure that I don't win this game. In other words, make sure I'm not number one by the end of it. Well, that seems easy enough. But be warned, I have this special power to read into your minds without hearing even a word of your mouths. Let me give you a demonstration. Let's see. Ah, Sinclair, I can see the corners of your lips twitching while your eyes are suspiciously wandering over there. You're looking to form a peng, aren't ya? Oof. And Sichun, you... And you want this dong tile I've got. Now I know to never ever discard this tile. How'd you know? Honestly, it would have been tougher for us to not know. You can let yourself be anxious, sure, but don't ever let it peek through. The moment someone smells your weakness, they're going to eat you right up. And wait, you? Oh, we got shiny glasses, way. Using the glint of your glasses to hide your eyes. Huh, phew, this isn't gonna be easy. Your greatest mistake tonight was allowing me a seat at this table. I already know the ready hand you've got there. Oh, you do? Not bad. But you're just as much of an open book, my guy. You just need that one zong tile, don't ya? Sorry, not sorry. You're not getting that tile cause it's not there. Oh, gang. I see. You called gang melt so you can claim the zong, which was the real-most tile, didn't you? Does that, by any chance, imply that you somehow know the location of every tile in this cave? Nah, no way. I just have the sixth sense for bad vibes. Very well. Never once did I think I would ever step back into this dark world of shadows, but... Ha! Very well. Then I'll settle this Hua aside and... Phew, I'm impressed. They're way too intense, I can hardly get involved. Guys, is this supposed to be a class for us? Shh, my lady, the importance of this moment could not be overstated. I see, you swapped out your ready hand, didn't ya? What do you think? 3 Hua tiles in a row, huh? I see you've got some innate luck too. Very well then, I'll have to wager it all on this one sweep. Who? I walk. Who? That's a Qing Yao Chu hand. Your downfall will threaten the moment you force me to discard Zong. Oh darn, I lost that, huh? Well played. Did you see that, my lady? Who? I apologize for that vulgar display, my lady. I will bring some tea. Wait, Victorio stumbles out of the room with his shoulders slumped. Won the battle, lost the war. Various games didn't just learn how to hide my expression, I learned how to hide my gesture tails too. Then 2 more sinners. Should I bother finding all the combinations? That sounds like a pain. Hotbox. Now I just have an urge to just get everything to master. Who's this guy? I don't recall. Did we fight anyone else? Aside from, the one that turned crazy. There was a girl, right? Yeah. I think this is the girl then. Oh, it's Wang Zhao, but we never fought him. I heard from Big Bro that you send your coins to Big Brother Chu. Every hand, once in circulation, goes round and round until it eventually returns to their original owners. I also heard that some of the Wang family helped with removing the foreign powers from here. Why? I really wanted to prevent this place from getting robbed blind. I live here, you know. This is where my wealth lies. Well then, can I ask for your public support? Oh, I applaud your audacity in thinking someone who just gave you the moon should be asked for the stars as well. Everyone and their mother knows in whose hands the true political power of Hongyuan lies right now. With that in mind, let's say that I do announce my public support for you. I'm not going to have a voice to speak with by the time the powers that be are done with me. Look, if Big Sis Yuan Chan genuinely believes that I'm not fit to be the family hierarch, then I'll happily remove myself from power. But she's affiliated with Q Corp. Do you seriously believe she has Hongyuan's best interests at heart with all those conspiracies she's been weaving under the surface? All those business deals and clearly skewed policies? I do not. But if you're going to present yourself as the alternative, then you have to be someone concrete enough to rely on. Let me just say that about half of the board of directors' votes may as well be considered abstaining votes. They're keeping their silence because they're afraid of Jia Yuanchun's retaliation. So your remaining task is to convert those silent votes in your favor. Oh, not shaken by that at all, huh? I thought you'd get that lost and wondering look in your eyes. I guess I'll have to work on my poker face. No, most people would have failed to pick that up. You've certainly changed since the evaluation. Your growth shows a lot of promise. Maybe that's why he handed his coins over to you. Well, I guess that's not the only thing he handed over to you, I suppose. On one's tomorrow. Anyways, I should probably do as I'm told for now, My cousin will be your opponent today. Okay, for no apparent reason, he just fucks off and brings her here. I won't accept you as my hierarch just yet. Fight me and prove that you're at least better than I am. Only then I'll accept you.
중요한 건 내가 어떤 사람인지 알게 하는 것. 좋아, 구조를 파악했어.
Oh, that's new.
망설이지 않고 한 번. 그 해결사의 역경에 비하면
Simple. What? Do you have something to say to my face? Yeah, don't give my little brother your crap. Your little brother? You know who I'm talking about. Do you have any idea of the mess you left behind when you yoinked that kid away? That basket kid was a little brother? You can barely even hold onto your seat, which you're about to lose soon anyway, and you have the gall to give him false hope. I know it's all just politics to you, but kids really believe you, you know? I heard from the kid that you seemed relieved upon hearing what I said. Told me you were happy for once to hear that he had a fun time after being barred from playing with his kids with how things are in Hongyuan. Shut up. Besides, it's not all just hot air. What? I wasn't making an empty promise when I said I will change Hongyuan to be a place where everyone can live without fear. And for that, I'm going to protect my seat of power, no matter what it takes. You'll fail, not with you on my side. We all know what Big Sister Yuan Chun Hongyuan's look like. It'll be exactly the same in essence, and will be the same for the foreseeable future. Tell me, are you sure you're okay with handing over that same burden we've carried all of our lives to your little siblings? No, of course not. Wang Qingshan left in a hurry, but that look in her eyes told me that there was conflict brewing in her. Some tuning exams level shit. I think it's all about morale. Alright. Any combos I haven't realized? God, it's so much. Whoa! He's got a new weapon. A little squeaky hammer. Right up. Right, let's listen up. This ain't going to be like them boring old classes you've been sitting through. You've got to leave the desk behind once in a while to learn some real life lessons, yeah? Right, so here's the deal. You want to break their morale before the brawl even begins. Brawl? Learn this by heart, and you'll be kicking those twats asses left, right, and center. That's not exactly what I'm looking for. So, Heathcliff, I've got to ask this question. Something about your club seems different today. It looks a lot more colorful too. Bollocks, let catch us on quick. What the hell are you talking about? It's the biggest thing can carry. That way bloke said something about how swinging around a real club might come off as too threatening and confiscated it. That high-tech weapon cries boop when it hits people. I see. Oi, don't you underestimate me just cause I'm holding a different bludgeoning? Let's get on with it, straighten your shoulders, eyes wide open, let's get cracking. With that, Heathcliff triumphantly raised his newfound weapon toward the sky. He made a small boop noise. Gain an understanding of how I could break the enemy's morale. Mad dogging and decisive action. Shared paid, all stats +1. Oh, we have a random guy rambling tales from the drunken palm. He's back. Wonder if he said anything about Hong Lu being alive. This class, after an uncharacteristic pause, Zilu continued, will be taught by a guest lecturer who had been invited for your tutelage. A guest lecturer? But I wasn't informed of this. Where are they? I don't know, maybe they are lost. A little bird told me that the Venerable Hydrock will give me a bottle of top-notch cloudy wine straight from Daguan Yuan's brewer. Ooh-wee, there any truth to that, folks? So, Dante's not gonna have a class? That guy. Hehe, just stopping by to see if I can leave some liquor at this party. Hong Yuan's an awfully miserly place, but you'd spare a shot of liquor for this poor old drifter, won't you? Well, you're clearly not just any poor old drifter, are you guys acquainted? He ambushed us in our room after the first round of the family hierarch war was over. He what? The family hierarch war been over for a while and everyone in Hong Yuan knows who the winner is. How dare a mongrel like you, who only knows how to mooch off other families, set foot in here? Looks like I'm going to have to give my clan a stern talking to. How could they let slip a drunk assassin like... Aha, I see that our youthful hierarch is plenty suspicious. I have been a guest in many places, but please, I am no moocher. Put your worries to rest. I'm only a drunkard who enjoys a cool streak of liquor, with scenic landscapes as my bar, the sky as my ceiling, and the dirt as my bed. The man who had introduced himself as the night drifter of the Drunken Palm leaped down, landing with dexterity that betrayed the rags he wore as clothing and the terrible stench of liquor emanating from him. Is he seriously? Bad news, Miss Sichun. Apparently Jia Yuanchun's bestowed upon you a new master. Huh? Big Sister Yuanchun? She also wanted us to deliver the message that she was sending a master because, and I quote, I feel a deep sense of trepidation and pity for my dearest little sister, the neophyte hierarch, who must be struggling left and right without a proper master. Wow, I am beside myself with gratitude. So that's the supposed teacher, this mysterious guy with a mysterious allegiance who might stab us in the back at any time? As you said, the family hierarch war is over, and even mongrels of Hong Yuan know who has the legitimacy here. The incident during the contest was nothing more than business, a job to take care of in return for what compensation they gave me. I hope you don't carry that grudge in your heart. I'm sure you didn't harm your rivals in the family hierarchy out of personal vendetta, did you? Sometimes business is just business. I killed young Master Bao Yu for they promised to pay off my bar tab, and I'm here to give the hierarchy a lesson for they promised to pay off my future tabs. There's nothing to be gained by taking your anger out on a geek worker. Living hand to mouth like myself, don't you think? Haha. I'll advise that the optics and the consequences of rejecting a master sent to us by Jai Wanchun herself is not going to look too good. I know it's only gonna make me look worse, and I'd rather not give Big Sister Yuan Chun more ammunition to take me down. And you Dad, will have eyes tracking your every move, so don't do anything that might arouse unnecessary suspicion. Phooey! Ain't that a threat? I can hardly taste the wine before such hostility. Despite Salt's dead serious warning, the Night Drifter's response was only a hearty chortle. Before I begin the lesson, I'd like to get an idea of where my 2B pupils are. Now give me a demonstration if you will. Swing away. Aha, that's enough. But I was just getting started. Your form is flawed and your breathing is hollow. Did I see more? Flawed forms often invite flawed hearts. In other words, your martial arts prowess is amateurish. What the heck, is this guy serious? I never had a single master who had anything bad to say about my form. Your arms are straight and the legs supporting your stance are solid and steady. Indeed, most masters will not bother themselves to find fault there. But let me pose this question. Are you, my venerable pupil, satisfied with martial arts that are made to dispatch unskilled peasants and no more? Huh? There is more to this than raw strength. Now take a swing at me instead. Alright, you asked for it. Jiaxi Chun takes a powerful swing at the Night Drifter. Your mind outpaces your body and your intent more transparent than a glass proof. And your edge is dull, for it has very little heart of fates for fates. But he deftly weaves his way between his strike, which failed to even touch the tip of his ragged cloak. You are far too eager to strike, focus singularly on your opponent with force distributed unevenly across your body, so you will fail to cut and gain a little hole as to comeuppance. Then the Night Drifter pokes Jiaxi Chun's back with the twig. Everyone vying for the seat of family hierarchy has to go through it eventually, the first kill. Some say the earlier the better. Mine was when I was 13, not too early, not too late, just right. It's already been a few years since my foolish brother locked himself in his chamber. Last I heard, he was bedridden for a week after ingesting some poison someone had sent to prank him. I'm not going to live like that, dumbass. Try to relax your body, won't you? You have a weapon, yes, but one mustn't singularly focus on the opponent. Do try to reflect upon yourself and relax. Let the unnecessary strength go. Let it flow out of your body. Tensing up as you do will naturally shrink your mind and narrow your vision. Hey, Wei, should I send Big Bro a silver spoon or something? It wasn't that bad this time, but what if they give him a way worse poison next time? You know young Master Bao Yu won't accept your gift, my lady. I doubt he's even seeking the culprit now. So stupid. Zero interest in anything practical, zero ambition. What a silly, pathetic attitude to have. Just how? But my lady, it wasn't practicality that guided you when you chose to save my life over maintaining your control over the Wu branch. Come seek the state of Anatta, the non-self. But what they seek is the path of Ashura, reserved for the likes of blade fiends. You must learn to let go of everything except for the self. What kind of life is it to live without stepping over others? Let it all go, the gazers, the precious, all of it. Instead, face yourself and only yourself, and feel how light it all becomes. After some thought, Sichun's form visibly relaxes. It wasn't just her form that relaxed. Her pursed lips seemed to have found peace as well. She's got it. Well, then what should we do about you, my overconfident proud people? Will you maintain your grave and cocky silence? I wasn't being cocky. If my memories haven't failed me yet, you were one of young Master Zhao Bao Yu's underlings, correct? Underling? Yeah, however you wanna call it, I guess. Sinclair replied for his sigh. Just why do you think it was that you, specifically you, among his 12 underlings, were chosen to take this class alongside the young hierarch? Sinclair momentarily flashed a flustered expression, taken off guard by the stranger's sudden pointed question, but he soon regained his composure and replied. Well, who else beside me will ever go along with this lesson plan? Don Quixote is going to ditch the classes out of boredom, same goes for Roya, and Otis will try to take over the classes, not to mention what it'd be like to have Heathcliff here and... Haha, such a loquacious list of excuses struck a nerve, did I? How come you know so little about yourself and even less than what I have already learned about you? What are you talking about? A bird that has failed to make its shell in time will rot within its confines. I still don't understand what you're talking about. Even as you said so, Sinclair's expression seemed more like anxiety than confusion to me. Prepare yourself to fade away before the rain. You won't get another chance should you miss the opportunity. Then the night drifter giggled flippantly, the silently serious attitude nowhere to be seen. Hehe. Been a while since I let myself babble on for this long. I suppose I can credit my foolish pupils for that. Prepare to swing away. I meditated to empty everything except for the cell. I'm still getting there, but I think I got an idea. Whoa, this one has the highest among everything. Nine to 5. Okay. Oh, you're back. This crazy little fella. Damn, and am I glad I got my head screwed back on. It's a precious sight to watch everyone all freaking out about this child's play. All the missed news I've been hearing since I opened my eyes in the recovery room sound very enticing. I really wish I was there to watch it all. After family heads getting arrested for treason, the seat of the family hierarchy going to some inexperienced kid from the Jia family. Not to mention how my lovely little sister had her engagement called off, and how she's now been branded as a traitor to her own blood. All the entertainment in the world seems to have happened during my little nap, don't you think? You didn't even show your face at the regular assembly, so I doubt you've any concern for the future of Hong Yuan, so just what are you doing here? I just thought I'd have some fun. Just straight to the battle. Okay.
최고의 방책은 전쟁이 일어나지 않게 하는 것. 중요한 건 내가 어떤 사람인지 알게 하는 것.
Oh. Whoa. You dodge? What the fuck?
좋아, 구조를 파악했어.
Nice dodge,
역경에
bro.
비하면
Can you guys imagine if
날개처럼
the others like Hong Lu had the Lord of Hong Yuan identity and the other sinners have the Heishu identity.
전부
Imagine if it wasn't Heishu identities and they were just the different family branches. So we will have like Su Pan as a mirror identity. Then we also have the other characters whose names I have already forgotten right now. That will be like an entirely different, like, I don't know, mirror world. It will be interesting, I would say. That would mean that a lot of Hong Yuan, Hong Lu would be bringing all the families together instead of using the Heishu packs as his army. Why stop now? Decapitate me like my last death, or stab me in the heart, cut my limbs to ribbons. Listen, this duel's just a spar, okay? We don't have to kill each other for this to end. Now, isn't this frustrating? You have the opportunity of a lifetime right before your eyes and you're too weak to use it. You have Everyone who fights you on every step of your way coming to you, practically presenting their heads on a silver platter, and you're just gonna let them slink away with these scratches? Get your act together. Family hierarchy war's over, and I'm not gonna kill someone just because they're being a bit uncooperative. Ha 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 ha, get real. Do you have any idea how long it'll take for you to gain even a morsel of power by playing this fool's game? Hey, wanna hear a little tip on how you can firmly establish your position as a family hierarch? Kill me in the most horrible, painful, hideous way you can imagine, and hang my corpse by the entrance of the assembly hall over there. Use me to send a clear message, and station every single one of your Heisho packs between every pillar at the assembly hall. And if anyone dares to speak out against you, snip, chop off their head before they can get another word out. 5 days. It'll only take 5 days before everyone starts eating out of your hand. And that's how you establish yourself as the hierarch. Fear is power. No, I don't want to do that anymore. I'm here to make Hongyan a place where its people can live without fear. And I thought you of all people might understand. I remember how you used to hate hurting people, more so than anyone else. Man, what a boring answer. That was duller than even my dullest expectations. It'll only take a few years until you break, until you become just like them, just like the family hierarchs of the past who couldn't help but ruthlessly weed out any seeds of resistance. Just how many people here do you think still have any grip on their sanity? Maybe I'm only a few years away from becoming an idiot shuffling aimlessly around Daguanyan. I can only hope that I won't be a slobbering mess by the time that happens. If something entertaining's gonna happen, I can only hope that it happens while I'm still sane. Su Pan sauntered away, but Jasi Chun found it difficult to move on. Excellent work, my lady. You have passed the 4th exam with flying colors. You certainly crushed them for understanding you. You've certainly crushed them for underestimating you. I am... She has a crossed arms sprite, and this is the first time we've seen it. What the hell? My lady? Jasi Chun seems deeply engrossed in thought. That's asleep. Oh no, your morale's awful. Does the sleep max out the morale? We're gonna need some better... Well, just in case, I guess. Unless I shouldn't. I wonder how old is a category. Whatever. My lady seems to be in a particular mood today. It's all useless, isn't it? Sichin? When these classes end and you guys all leave, I guess I'll be spending my days worried to death that an assassin could pop up out of nowhere and kill me at any moment. Consumed by so much paranoia and worry that I'll start twitching at shadows cast from landlights. So would it mean anything to me to, you know, prove to them that I deserve to be the family hierarch? I've spent my whole life trying to prove to everyone that I have the will and determination to become the family hierarch, and I have to prove to everyone that I deserve to keep it. To those bastards whose only thought in their empty heads is how they can expand their rooms. Mr. Wei, have you ever heard of playing hooky before? Playing hooky? Is it a euphemism for eliminating your enemies? Well, I've really done it back when I was in school, but when there's too much going on in your head, you just skip school and go out to play. Oh, I've only done it once myself after a friend talked me into it. And look how well that turned out. I agree. It seems that the time for my lady to clear her head has come. Very well, let us play. Just one hooky. What are you guys doing? Come on, let's get moving. I gotta prove myself, don't I? I gotta have those bastards' approval, don't I? She's in a really bad mood today, huh? My lady, have you visited the backyard by the Lusway Hermitage as of late? No, but I know what happened there. They threw in a few dead bodies from the massacre a decade ago, turned the pond foul, and decided to bury the whole thing. Indeed, they did. The stench was so overwhelming and toxic that corpses of animals and plants could be seen floating on its surface, eventually turning the pond into a festering black bog. People passing by had to plug their nose and risk passing out, so why even bring up something awful like that? It seems that the tree had taken root there, my lady, amidst all that rot. A willow. The willow tree rips deep into the pond with its roots clearing it of the foul grease, cleansing the water. And one day we found it clear and glittering, thriving with other aquatic plants growing within. It's recovered from the rot, becoming a normal clear pond surrounded by leaves and moss. Some months ago they introduced a few cups in there, and when they checked again, they were just as vivacious as they were on their first day there. Would you like to pay the fawn a visit, if it's alright with you? Sichen didn't seem to quite buy his explanation, but she followed him anyway. You weren't kidding! I avoided this place for so long. I never thought it could be this clean again. I can hardly believe that this pond used to be a rotten bog. All that happened was that this tree happened to take root here. What matters, my lady, is patience and determination. Of course, this place had slipped my mind then, as I was quite swamped with work, but the world has a stronger capacity to heal itself than one might imagine. Recovery will follow as long as there is a steady road to rally around. After a long wait that seemed to freshen even our hearts. Nice, you're making good progress. Your form, the light in your eyes, I think you've certainly improved in all aspects. I dare say you've had some change of heart too. Yeah, I do feel a tad more comfortable than I did before. And it just makes that out. And I was... lol. Why is Heathcliff having another mandatory class? Right, class is a new task to help you lot learn how to break our enemies' morale. The moment you shrink in front of your enemies, you've already lost. So don't. It don't matter how many there are or how threatening they look, yeah? Take me, for example. Have I ever turned tail and fled like some looks up? No matter what enemy we were put up against? I don't think you ever have. Leave it to the nerds to waste time coming up with strategies and what have you. Listen, there ain't a problem in the world you can't solve by boldly rushing in head first. Ishmael and Otis would have boldly rushed in head first to shake him by his lapels if they'd been here. That's what I think. Neither of you've got enough pluck. That's why neither of you could say shite against those buggers back at the assembly hall, am I right? Just Chun maintained her silence, the old scar on her pride growing sore again. So, let me help you lot grow some backbone. Try getting mad at me. No need to shrink, lads. Stand proud. Well, okay, but how could I? Don't worry about offending me, yeah? I can take it. I like you two have built enough thick skin for all kinds of insult. Thanks to my years in the backstreet, I'm bloody invincible. Yeah, well, shut up, Heathcliff. Good lad. You're hardly even a teacher, man. This class sucks, so you're doing out there standing around trying to look cool. Oh, that one's gotta sting a little. That's it, you little shite. It's what I would have said back in the day, and I probably would have struck you this hammer, I mean my club. But I've changed too, and so did you. I can see that fire in your eyes have grown. Remember this feeling, yeah? I will. Now, let's practice. And looks like both of you have the perfect sparring partner in each other. Grab your weapons, the both of you. Huh? You mean us? Me and Sitchin? I grew my backbone by getting into fisticuffs with the boys during my backstreet days. They break my arm, I break their legs in return. See what I mean? Is that what besties is supposed to mean? Just Chun asked with considerable confusion. Well, let's do this, I guess. You don't want me to go easy on you, do you? I don't. Oh, we're actually fighting, okay.
최고의 방책은 전쟁이 일어나지 않게 하는 것.
God, it's enemy Sinclair with growth. Sinclair has a 5 skill, 5 coin skill. Ooh. If I lend my ear to the inner self, if this unit is staggered, recover or stagger, then gain sign. One who seeks to be born must first destroy a world. Whoa. Ooh. You're struggling already?
좋아. 구조를 파악했어. 중요한 건 내가 어떤 사람인지 알게 하는 거. 자, 알고 있는 걸 전부 말해. 봉황의 날개처럼! 다른 누구도 아닌 나 자신을 들여다봐야 해.
Enemy Sinclair.
지도자라면 동료를 포기하지 않아.
He's gonna do it. He's gonna do growth. Well, okay, we didn't even get to see his unbreakable coins. Which was the whole point of the unbreakable coins, but okay. Alright, that's good enough. Bloody hell, that was much closer than I thought. Good match. Jeez, don't most people usually lose steam the longer a fight gets? What the heck was that at the end? Well, I wouldn't know because I didn't get to see it. The two of them clashed with everything they learned, and with all they learned up until the lessons began, I thought for sure that Jasichun would come out on top without breaking a sweat, given that Sinclair wasn't using an identity and the tough training Jasichun had as a family hierarch candidate, but perhaps thanks to the Night Drifter's teachings or thanks to that mark on his forehead, I saw a glimpse of Sinclair I'd only seen in a select few mirror worlds. You alright, Sinclair? Yeah, it's not like we were going at it with real weapons and the fight ended before it got any further, thankfully, so I'm not hurt or anything. I'm feeling a bit of a fever on my forehead though. It didn't seem like Sinclair noticed a single yet clear red line that appeared on his forehead. Is it like permanently there? Because I can't see shit. It's not like anything bad happened when that mark manifested back in La Mancha land, but... Did it? I don't recall. Considering that Damien and Rim were the only other people who'd ever shown that mark, I couldn't help but worry a little. Hey, you ever run away from home before? Where's this coming from? Going by the way you're acting, it's clear to me that you're a homebody, but there's something behind your eyes that tell me that your life hasn't all been sunshine and rainbows. I wouldn't call it running away from home, it's more like I left home because I didn't have a choice. How did that feel? Like I was melting away into nothing. I suddenly had to face the whole terrible world all on my own, and that was so overwhelming that, well, I'm sure you can't quite commiserate. You've been on top of your game your whole life after all. I did leave Daguan Yuan by my own volition, but if I'm being honest, and here's something I never told Wei, I felt unutterably lost. There was so much that I had to do, so much responsibility. I guess neither of us were that ready for the world when we left home. I feel just as lost back home though. And there's Heathcliff too. He also left home some time ago. We paid a visit to the manor he grew up in. Heading home must have been pretty exciting for him. You have no idea how much of the journey back he spent gussying up and primping his hair. Something just came up. Class dismissed. Damn. They didn't have to bring them up. Tianya's reward, that's it. Alright. Okay. I wish I could know what is the one that they are not working at the same time. But whatever, I guess. Would work well with Fong. So far we only had Honglu and Rodion. Well, so are you going to teach us any techniques? Haha. It's only been a few days since our training began yet, and my other martial artist masters would teach me their secret techniques, so that's what got you two pouncing our lesson. Wooey, now that's some good wine. Very well, I'm in the mood. Let me teach you a useful trick. Really? Tell me, what did I teach you to do as you swung your sticks? Forget all those things that put pressure on me and face nothing but myself and my movements, and that's only the start of it. First, emptiness of sound. The slight friction from the tips of your toes, the ruffle of your clothes, and your breaths, erase them all. Erase every ripple and echo you leave upon this world. The night drifter stands before us, but his presence becomes as hazy as mist. Despite the wild movements, we hear nothing. Second, emptiness of form. To have a form is to provide your foes with clues to predict your next move. Forget the weapons in your hands, forget your structured forms, break the mold, become the flow, let only your will remain. Randomness seeps into his movements until all semblance of pattern becomes lost. There was something clownish about his unpredictable movements, but they were also so hypnotic and floaty that just Jun and Sinclair couldn't look away. Last, emptiness of mind. Try not to force the direction of your heart. Empty your desires and intentions both. Step without thinking, penetrate without gazing. Both Jun and Sinclair's necks were marked with small imprints of the tooth that pressed their skin. And Zilu, who had been standing next to me all along, had leaped a small distance away, seemingly deep in thought. And my neck hurts too. Guess I wasn't spared from the lesson. I wonder if this fits that saying Yi Sang utters from time to time, to lose one's nose with eyes open. Immerse yourself, making sure your descent is slow and gradual. We've been focusing entirely on the self with your swings thus far, so you should find it quite easy to reach the state of emptiness of mind. Didn't I just say that one must take it slowly and gradually to empty your mind already? I'd have taught you my everything had you entered under my tutelage long ago. Am I doing this right? No, wait, I need to relax more. So our new hierarch has found herself the clue to the emptiness of form. What technique is this? It's all just movements at the end of the day. I find it entirely unnecessary to give them those flashing names. A truly secret technique should come without one. Ooh, well, it's still supposed to be our ultimate move, right? Would it be more official to give it a name? Well, in that case, wee, that's some good one indeed. I guess I'll go with something like Trusted Sleep, Unrestrained Ripples. The name sucks. The class comes to an end with an ultimate move that was probably named in his. Zilu, who had been observing the class from a distance, approaches the Night Drifter. Been a while since I saw someone give a lesson like this, starting from its very fundamentals. Heh. Hardly can one find a people willing to slowly learn from the very fundamentals in a world of infinite technological advancements like the Veil. I am only fortunate enough to have found two pupils who are indeed willing. Your gate, your throne. Were you among the 10 blades of the East? No. It seems entirely unnecessary for you to dig, as I don't recall putting anything on your tab. Put your futile questions to rest, for I have no real answers to give. The past is like smoke. I've long emptied any history worth delving into. My rent's almost full. Well, I'm supposed to teach this class, but we actually have a Dante class. Honestly, I'm not entirely sure what to do here. It's not like I can suddenly teach you guys to hear the phantoms of other people's hearts. Yeah, it's not like we can suddenly have the heart out of nowhere, right? And that is precisely why I've installed this box called Messages from the Hearts by the door here when the lessons first began. Messages from the Hearts? The greatest strength of Messages from the Hearts is its anonymity. Here, people can anonymously share the concerns they have been eating away at them without a fear of judgment. Yeah, this seems like a great idea. I can see how everyone can be more honest about their feelings behind the mask of anonymity. Are we just skipping the fact that, you know, we possibly understood what Dante was talking about? The box is quite heavy. It seems like everyone's been making quite a liberal use of this. Let's see, the one on the bottom has to be the first message. Let's see what it says. Oi, I've got to ask, do those consultations even do anything? Does this mask of anonymity even do anything? Also, what's the point of these messages anyway if you've got to whinge at their face? Well, I ain't got much else to say, so I've got one. My neighbor next door keeps making weird noises at night, so do something about that, yeah? Something about a smoking head over and over again. The point is, it's been getting on my nerves. If that doesn't get taken care of in a week, I'll deal with it in my own way. Deal with it how? It's all just personal grievances. Let's see what the next one says. Who dares herald the executive manager with such useless, weak-minded complaints? If you're going to continue wasting the executive manager's precious time and cause them trouble, I will personally hold you responsible for that blunder. You best prepare yourself for consequences. Wow, it's like she's right here, speaking right into my ear. Never thought written words could cause hearing damage. Moving on. I don't know if it's just me, but someone's probably been spying on those papers, huh? I've got proof too. I folded this piece of paper up into a padlock knot shape, but someone spied on it. But whoever spied on it did a pretty good job of replicating it. Oh, and another thing, my compass disappeared. It's the compass I got for surviving the hellish depths of the Bel Morte trenches. We're going to have to re-establish some house rules soon. A theft report? Did one of you steal her compass or something? No way, we never steal from each other, no matter how hard things get. Something troubles me. Oh, someone finally submitted a real concern here. Was it a Type A wire that caused the explosion, or was it caused by replacing the clamp part from the shattering gear? The likely answer has been found. Do not concern yourself with this message. Well, that's that, I guess. Look, I felt like I should really share this with everyone. This one might be something serious for once. I can't just let this slip away like nothing happened, you know? Yeah, I'm talking about the incident that happened aboard Mephi some time ago. I remember how someone smashed an alarm clock against Dante's head while they were sleeping. No one ended up figuring out what happened there, right? You're going to have to bring me up to speed on this. What the fuck? Yeah, I don't know exactly when this was, but there was a loud shattering noise outside at night. So we all ran out to see what happened, but no one managed to find any credible clue, so I guess we just let that slide. Anywho, Dante said they were A-okay, so we just moved on from it, but I'm telling you, I saw what I saw. I saw Greg's bug arm. So here's my guess, what if he happened to lose his balance while carrying the alarm clock with one hand? You know what I mean? I'm trusting the anonymity of the thingy on this. Gregor, he wouldn't. The alarm clock, broken due to the shock at the time of the incident, was pointing precisely at 22:32. Why is everyone talking about the exact same thing? I thought the whole point is anonymity is that no one knows. And our only two individuals were awake at the night watch duty. Guys, this is turning into like a whole investigation. Around 2200, one of the two individuals who were on the night watch duty was... Yup, Miss Faust was one of them. Hey Dante. Didn't you have a brief conversation with Faust that morning? Now that I think about it, I did have a talk with Faust that day briefly. Faust made a few criticisms of my command style and she was right, but I pretended to not hear her because I didn't have anything to retort with. Don't tell me Faust actually held a grudge against me for that. So fellas, I don't think anyone's noticed this, but I noticed a dusting of cigarette ash near the shattered alarm clock. As you know, Manager Bart, there's only two among us who smoke, but one of them stayed put in his own room, you know what I mean? There's a witness too. Unless that witness is a cowardly liar, I'm sure she will come forward and tell everyone exactly what happened that night. I shall prove unto thee that I'm no cowardly weaver of lies. I'm so bloody confused. In truth, among numerous cosplays I had wished to accomplish was the duo of Captain Scops and the one-eyed navigator. Aha! To explain the law of Captain Scops, this tale begins verily in the year 757. After a very long read, alas, the possibility of procuring a scorpion arm proved more dubious than one could have expected. Thus did I convince young Gregor to join forces with me, to cosplay together and capture our glorious forms in the photographs. Though 'twas a pity he had no pipe, only a cigarette between his teeth. And young Ishmael's compass was to be the captain's trinket, and for that purpose I had briefly borrowed it from her room. Oh, woe is me, for I regrettably spilled an entire can of tuna, another prop. and the compass was swallowed by its greasy juices. Despite my best efforts to restore it, the tiny aroma lingered still. I beg Thai forgiveness, Manager Esquire. Well, at least we know who took Ishmael's compass. It's frustrating. TC GWNNNMTL. This like code? Sinclair, translation please. Yeah, trying to pass that from written text is usually way harder. I normally try to read the speaker's tones and general context of a word, so unfortunately the plot thickens. Guys, are we actually going to find the culprit? Okay, I'm gonna figure out what she said. I feel like this had nothing to do with whatever the hell happened with the Ishmael and whatever. I think it's more towards a hint to her canto, I think. The clock. MTL Conway. Ooh. Nope. It's probably too hard to decipher. Nausea bubbled inside me that I'd just been reminded of a persistent itch I managed to forget. It's like someone shoved a tuning fork in my head. Guys. Alright, that's it. Clock hit, read up. I'm going to confront the sword and tell him to tell it like it is if there's something bugging him, instead of whinging in his sleep. Now, where is he? Hey, nice. Heath, I mean, looks like this anonymous person's trying to get to the bottom of this. Dante. Fare you well, it is I, the sinner first in order. Apologies are in order. Ever since the incident, I could hardly lull myself to a restful sleep. In truth, I was none other than myself who pummeled your head with a clock. It was none other than myself. To explain this, one must first explore the sentence cuts off as this part of the paper has been torn off. Worry not about what exists no longer. I will not embark on a multiloquent ascribing of excuses. I write before you in shame and express my willingness to accept my punishment you see fit to dole out. I seek nothing but your forgiveness. I can't believe the culprit was that sinner. Could think he fessed up, but doesn't something feel off about the whole thing? What if he's just trying to take the heat? But it seems to me that number one sinner doesn't want to share the story any further. Maybe it's best we not dig into it unnecessarily. Oh, hello Dante. I was taking a walk near here when I found a piece of paper somebody tore off, so I'm returning it here. Hope it finds its way to its original writer. Thus retains the number one sinner's paper. This has to be the key to resolving this case. I hurriedly unfold the paper. The truth of what inspired. You ever find yourself wondering if that crackling firelight thing on top of manager's head is hot like real fire, or if it would not give off any heat? Curious, right? Don't worry about it, Isang. It's not like we have any other way to tell other than touching it ourselves, haha. Indeed, unproven phenomena cannot be confirmed without direct means of observation. I thought it was already proven that the fire has no heat into it. Until that one moment in the to claim their bones event where it did. They're asleep, must have been pretty tired. Indeed, the ticking noise has shrunk in volume. It seems that we have just shared a thought. What if we were to just quickly check? While the manager's asleep. Go. Perhaps the sound of phlegm sinking past my gullet makes far too much noise for this task. Yeah, well, I'm just finding out how loud my heartbeat can get. Isang, the alarm next to the manager. It's about to go off. You have 2 minutes at most. I shall interface with the timepiece. Look at you rats playing a played out prank. And that is indeed the full tale of what has transpired. Under the lens of hindsight's illumination, it would almost appear that I am making a secret accusation to a fellow of mine. It would be easy on my heart to simply assume the entire bit of culpability myself, and that's where it ends. The culprit was right under our noses the entire time. Sorry, Dante. I should have been upfront about it, but Otis was so adamant about utterly punishing the culprit that I couldn't bring myself to, can't deny that. Tell you the whole truth in time. To tell you another truth, I think I might have an idea as to why I've been with a student alongside Miss Chun. There must have been something that the company was expecting from me, but it's just not showing up, so they must be making me take these classes to compensate for it. Everyone else is boldly facing their own issues and slowly overcoming them, while I'm still here feeling like I'm stagnating in place.
I think that's a different sinner. Someone's stagnating in place. They've been telling me that my time's yet to come, but I don't know. I just get the feeling that the ship might have sailed for me already. It was clear to me that Sinclair wasn't just talking about physical training or his combat prowess. It's about something that more than half the sinners had faced and were facing at this point. About his past and the path that lies ahead, the guilt and the pressure of having failed to confront it. Was never going to be easy for him to let go. I don't think anyone's got the perfect idea of how the whole trajectory of their lives is going to be. That's why we're all on the bus, isn't it? You know, you can just shout at me to get my act together like Heathcliff does. Oh, I will, if I have to. Whatever that was. You guys managed to talk it out, huh? All I heard was that ticking noise. Sorry about that. What Dante said was, hey, don't bother, I just needed a quick glance at that look on your face to feel that tick-tock with my heart. Thus the curious case of the alarm clock came to an end. So what do you guys think Ryoshi was trying to say? Two culprits. Guy with nightly nightmares and my translator. I see. Sinclair and I sat there for a moment, absorbing the awkward silence. Yay. Rent is already at $9.99, what the hell? The one that gives the highest G is Faust. And only Faust. That's interesting. Finally, the 30 days of lessons were completed, and the day of the final exam was upon us. Everyone came out to bid good luck to Jasi Chun on her way to the final exam. My lady, I have nothing but absolute faith that you will be able to complete this final exam just as excellently as you have all the others. It is most likely you will be facing off against a skilled foe from the Su or the Shi family. Of course, you will doubtless wipe the floor with them. I have taught you all that I know. I hereby give you permission to leave this boot camp. You got this, Sichun. Guys, you really didn't have to all come out here to see me off. Still, I have undying faith that you'll emerge victorious, my lady. However, Zigong and I have also prepared about 21 alternative solutions in case things go awry, so please don't worry yourself too much. Do you have faith in me or not? Upon our return to the classroom, we were greeted by an unexpected guest. Must be very nice to be Sichun, to have so many teachers from all walks of life helping her out. It had been a while since we last saw Su Bao Chai, which was during the regular assembly. What are you doing here, big sis Bao Chai? I couldn't stop myself from paying you all a visit out of pity. If only Sichun and Bao Yu both smiled on like nothing happened. Our blossoming years would have been peaceful still. But you went out of your way to tell us. Please stop talking to me like that. I didn't know you could even say such a thing. Bao Yu, he has always been this way. If a fruit has fully ripened, we have to seize it and taste its juices before anyone else. We can't just let go. We can't stand emptiness. My brother couldn't. My parents couldn't. But you, who was born and raised on the very same soil we were, how do you walk so softly, so lightly? I don't.
My footsteps are no longer light. Every step, every sight I hold in my eyes as the days go by fills me with abundance. I'm only trying to accept everything as it is without asking for more or less. But how could one do nothing but watch when we're surrounded by such fragrance? What more do you seek, big sis? I want to be closer, that my hands may reach you. Have you already forgotten who had sent you that guest lecturer? Sichun's palanquin isn't headed to the exam site, is it? No, it's not. It's heading to Big Sis Yuan Chun's exam site. Blasted scoundrels. I must hasten after the palanquin before I lose track of them. We sprinted outside even before Su Bao Chai finished. Trap, huh? Fellas, shouldn't we also get going? Calm yourselves for a moment. Zigong swiftly came between us, clearly having taken a gauge of the situation. It has been too long since the palanquin has departed. It is better to move based on concrete evidence, not urgency. Though Abyss seems to have chosen the latter. I think I heard the faint sound of hooves coming from the direction Zigong was glancing in. Ooh, he actually switched. So this is what you've chosen. Yes, the exams she's taken thus far were all meaningless lies. I could have shared this earlier, but I decided to follow my own heart, as you have decided to follow yours. Bao Chai smiled sweetly. So now, what fragrance do you smell from me? I smell nothing. Su Bao Chai left the room wordlessly upon hearing that reply. Oh, okay. That was anticlimactic. So we still have fights. But damn, still more story. Wow. I wonder if should we be able to max out? No, I don't think so. Well, unless we used all the growths properly, right? Yeah. Oh well, let's carry on. Finals. A terrible jest Jai Wan Chun plays down to the very last day. Too much time has passed already. I have already given her clan, including Wei, instructions to keep their eyes on the palanquin, as I observed much strangeness from the palanquin bearers. Yet there are many places to which one may covertly kidnap the family hierarch. Still, we have to... Your heart is still in a rush. I do not mean to imply that we will abandon her to fate. Look, I have selected a few places on the map with the highest probabilities of being their destination. As the time is not on our side, the Heishopax and your team will have to mobilize separately to explore all possible options. Among them, I aim to send you toward this place. Indeed, the glorified internment camp of Hongyuan, now shut down. Peace and calm, Pinggan Residential Support Zone. It is a policy Jia Yuan Chun and the former Jamu pursued. The policy was indefinitely tabled and the zone was closed off, as many voiced reluctance to pass it. But I find it hard to believe that Jia Yuan Chun would admit defeat so easily. It is a secluded place, perfect to secretly bring harm to the family hierarch, not to mention the symbolic value it carries. I hope she's okay. Have some faith in your pupil. You have taught her to the best of your abilities, have you not? I trust that she will be able to fend for herself until our arrival. Yeah, we trained really hard for the entire month. The only reason Jia Yuan Chun would employ such under-the-table tactics is because she knows that a fair match would not be in her favor. So, let us yank her hand out from under the table and make her regret it. Hierarch Rescue Operations. First time! Wow, finally having a battle. What a time. I'm like wondering, do I even want to do this properly?
군주가 나
보는 눈은 있네요. 여기서 저만큼 무능한 인재는 흔치 않죠.
의로움을 세
흑수 오필두 이상이요.
이제야 명을 받.
어디서?
잠깐. 이번 임무는 내가 나갈게. 괜찮지?
사우주 저주를 끼 시간을 벌러갈 시간이군.
사건을 끝내러 가볼까?
It's a ditty. We hurried ourselves along the winding passages of Hongyan. At first I thought we might have been able to move faster had the Mephistopheles been here with us, but walking through the winding, irregular paths reminded me why palanquins were a thing in Hongyan. Ah, already? Upon our arrival at the location Zigong pointed out at us, something emerged from the dark. A figure, no, 2, 4, a small platoon of shadows. Damn it, we're surrounded. Ooh, we're finally seeing them. The shadows slithered into physical form, lapping their purple serpentine arms at us. Sea branch of the Heisho packs. They don't belong to the family hierarchy. Wait, what now? What do you mean, what now? We can't sit here and waste any precious time. Come on, let's fight our way out of this ambush. Ain't that usually my thing to suggest? Fighting's all about morale. Looks like the classes did have some effect. Sinclair's right, we don't have any time to waste. Ooh, we're actually fighting the sea branch. Sneaky boys.
다들 기세등등하네요. 지금
Shit,
공격해보는 건
shit.
어떨까요, 관리자님?
그럼에도 이상이요.
Elongating
내가 맞서.
arm.
내가
Annoying serpent
아시의
arm.
이상을 함께
Serpent
줬다.
shadow.
호위 이상이요.
Sure. Observe our chance. Now's our chance. Snake venom. The sea branch is under Yuan Chun, right? Are they all shade strikers? Oh, this is veiled striker. The different thing is the hair. Oh well. None of you are gonna survive anyways.
불가 위야.
시비수에게 물었다.
막아내지 못하리.
이 앞에 숨진 자 누구 하나 살려보지 마라.
본인이 방금 뭘 본 겁니까? 엄청나게
그쪽만은 아닐 텐데.
거스하게.
Dang.
틈을 끊어.
이런 건 몽둥이가 약이지. 그대로 두드려 패.
일기당천 진목을 떨궈주마. 고작 이 정도 탕류의 허덕이나.
탱고더. 아, 옛날 버릇이. 적사살 좋아.
흑수묘 뒷박질 중.
진목을 떨궈. 고작 이 정도 탕류의 허덕이나 도끼를 본다.
완벽한 한방. 시원한
저
걸.
해충들을 도려내라.
이제 깨우치시길.
묘여. 길을 열어라. 넌
아무튼
푸름을 틔울 수도
놀라운
없겠구나.
한방이네요.
무상한 목숨.
여기선 이런 공격이 잘 먹히는군요.
불끄듯 지원했군.
효과적이네요. 이 방식을 기억하는 게 좋겠어요.
모든 것에 견뎠어.
엄청난 공격이었어요. 어떻게 저렇게 강하실 수 있죠?
헤어내리. 말로 받아내라. 넌 푸름을
예사롭지가 않은데?
도려내라.
작사를 내놨어.
물 넘고 꺾고 제쳐라. 오야,
선택이었어 나리.
넌 푸름을 틔울 수 없어.
적확한 한압이었어. 다들 첫 여정을 시작했을 때보다 정말 강해지셨네요.
끊기.
매일 보아왔는데도
유효타 좋아. 계속 집중하지.
감회가 새로워요.
이건 예상 못했나 봐.
최고의 선택이었어. 관화 휴재, 개인의 골몰짐하시오. 전장에 전념하시오.
So
헤어내리.
Isang doesn't have a horse form, as in like it doesn't switch between two forms. It's only he only changes in that one form for that one skill. So it's unlike Wild Hunt Heathcliff where he summons the Dullahan, or like
지식인.
Dawn of His Sinclair where on a certain condition he will transform. And
불쌍하게 울부짖는군.
it's all purely aesthetic.
물 넘고
와,
I'm sure
엄청난 공격이었어. 기념할 만한 걸?
또 한 줄 길을 남겼군. 핏물진 길일 뿐이지만 세월이 지나면 홍호는 그제야 알게 되겠지. 이 홍로가 무엇을 바꾸었는지를.
lol. Rescue operations too. Yeah, sure, whatever you say, man.
뛰어가겠네.
다들 힘이 솟는 것 같네요.
이상.
지금 달려들면 딱 좋겠어요.
행색이 이상하나 그럼에도 이상이여. 내가 맞서. 내가 아시의 이상을 함께 줬던 호위 이상이여.
흑수묘.
시비수에게 명한다. 이 앞에 숨쉬는 자 누구 하나 살려보지 마라.
틈을 끊어.
훌륭하오. 이외에 특별히 첨언할 이유가
목을 떨궈주마.
불쌍하게 울부짖는
모든 것에 견뎠어.
저 새끼 팔다리 다 털렸는데 이제 뭐 어쩔 건데? 야, 아까는 좋았다.
시간 끌 것 없이 모조리 치워버리죠.
숨통 끊기. 원더풀 선택이었어 나리. 저들의 약점이 뻔히 보이는 게로군.
불끈에 지원해.
완벽한 함박. 시원한 걸.
예사롭지가 않은데? 아주 작사를 내놨어.
엄청난 공격이었어요. 어떻게 저렇게 강하실 수 있죠?
흑수묘. 뒷박질 준비.
하나 넘고 물 넘고 꺾고 제쳐라. 아까처럼만 해. 그럼 이번 전투도 쉽게 할 수 있을 거야.
본인이 방금 뭘 본 것인가? 엄청나게 강한 일격을.
넌 푸름을 튀기를 보인다.
유효타 좋아. 계속
도려내라.
집중하지.
틈을 끊어. 이제 깨우치시길.
묘야, 길을 열어라.
아무튼 놀라운 한방이네요.
이 공격은 꽤 먹힐 것 같아요.
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
무상한 목숨. 불끈에 지원해.
아, 여기선 이런 공격이 잘 먹히는군요.
일기당천.
와, 엄청난 공격이었어. 기념할 만한 걸.
푸름을 틔울 수도 없겠고.
깔끔하게 몰았군.
조금씩 끝이 보이네요.
흑수묘, 뒷박질 춤. 무용하군요. 그림자 속으로 가라앉게.
이런 건 몽둥이가 약이지. 쓱 두드려 패.
놈이 푸름을 틔울 수도 없겠구나.
이건 예상 못했나봐.
거스라기.
최고의 선택이었어, 관리자.
이제 깨우치시겠.
또 한 줄 길을 남겼군. 핏물진 길일 뿐이지만 세월이 지나면 홍호는 그제야 알게 되겠지.
The adept. How would this turn out?
이런 임무는
Let's go.
뱀 중에서도 내가 제일이지.
Just what to see. The first thing I noticed upon entering the room was that it was hot and muggy with the heat of battle, also evidenced by corpses of sea branch Heisho fawn wildly about the room. Who's that? Woo! Wei? What are you here? Why would we be fighting Wei? It doesn't make any sense. A bloodied beast rises ponderously from the ground, its gaze rising to meet ours. Wait. Hold on. His eyes. Something's definitely off here. He's not looking at us. Rhodia cuts off abruptly, having noticed that something didn't feel right. Away with you. The hooves intermittently kick the ground with anticipation and aggression. What happened here? Did the Heisho make it into the exam hall? Limbless snakes. Dare trespass. Oof. Man just slaughtered all of them. Your hideous coils. I will crush them to mulch under my hooves. Your way, right? He's completely lost it. I'll ground your filthy scales to dust. Is his weapon also a hoof? Yeah. Oh, that's interesting. Oh, and we're just going straight to battle. Okay, this is gonna be interesting. We're fighting an adept. Oh, we fought Zilu before.
이세가 올랐어. 적군들에게 본때를 보여줘도 될 것 같은데?
Not the crazy kind.
행색이 이상하나 그럼에도 이상이여. 내가 맞서
Iron Steel Trample.
아시의 이상을 함께
Base
줬다.
Power Plus
호위
3.
이상이여.
Because why not? Reduce Tremor, Rupture Count. Rupture Tremor. At 30 or lower SP, this unit's coins always flip tails. It's negative coin, of course. Trample and Decapitate. And there's a bunch of other stuff you don't know. Woo! Former Heisho, Wu Adept. Encounter start, reset this unit's SP to negative 15 and engage Strider Wu and 1 Berserking. This is the first time where the name of the passive is the same for both the enemy and the ID version. And his defense. Berserking. Lose 15. We got... That doesn't make any sense. When you go Berserk, you're supposed to go stronger. Turn end does not gain defense level from Strider Wu, instead gain offense level up. Oh, okay. So it just switches a bit. I'll trample anyone who dares to hurt my lady. I'll trample them to death. Negative 50% damage from DOTS. If this unit hits with a cracked unbreakable coin, does not activate the target structure effect. 50% damage against staggered enemies. Ooh, that's basically... I will trample and crush you to mulch. Unit has Strider Wu, inflict 1 concussion against the main target, and when this unit triggers Tremor Burst. Oh boy. Soul lost in daylight. Strider Wu gain 1 recoiling when hitting with a skill that triggers Tremor Burst without Tremor. Max stack 5, that's it. Trigger Tremor Burst against the wrong target. Every action has an equal and opposite reaction after all. If this unit's recoiling stack is maxed, consume all of it, then lose 1 Strider. Oh, okay, so it's a debuff. I'll script every filthy skill off your skin. Gain 1 offense level for every 2 speed this unit has, max 2. 5+ speed, gain 1 slash damage up and blunt damage up as well. Intrepid Trespasser. Clash loose, target's coin was a plus coin, heals 5 SP. Oh, the target heals. If the target's coin was minus, target loses. Oh, okay. Give 2 equals of affinity, if the skill's affinity was draft or gluttony of the least own affinity. Nice, nice. Unbridled steed. Alright. Way calm the fuck down. But, not gonna lie. That sprite looks way too fucking cool. Unfortunately, they had to hide the face, but hey. 7... Everyone has to clash? Bruh. Yep, do that. Because I can't be bored.
토끼를 보내라.
저
저
큰
행수들을
하늘을
소려내라.
유효타 좋아. 계속 집중하지.
길을 열어라.
Show him the power
이런 건
of a
몽둥이가
mirror
약이지.
Hongyuan.
두드려 패.
하나 넘고 꺾고 제쳐라.
So he went berserk. So is it whenever he's in horse mode that he loses his sanity? He does say that he didn't take his bolus. Is the bolus some kind of like sanity medication? Would he still be able to switch to horse form with his sanity intact?
내가
So
응원하는
many
게 도움이 되긴
questions, so
하려나?
little
힘내긴
answers.
해보자고.
As long as everyone
일기당천.
시비수에게 명한다.
wins the clash.
이 앞에 숨쉬는 자 누구 하나 살려보내지 마라.
Well, he just proved that he's the better Wu. He's the better the horse adept. No. Damn. That's your master in another world. Calm down. Damn. It was all favored too, by the way. Ooh. Someone just died? Holy shit.
생각보다 너무
적을
거센데요.
물어뜯고 너의 쇠물을
Yo, 2 people died. That's crazy. Well, who's gonna win rate this shit?
이 거리는 충분해. 너한텐 조금 멀겠지만.
목을 떨고 주마.
Wonder why he's guarding the place though. It's like he turned into a horse because he wanted to like protect his mistress, right? But I assume that she's behind that entrance there, but he then became a guard's keep. The logic was lost at some point. Or he could have submitted to some mind control. Really not making this any easy, huh?
저희를 이끌어주는 건 단테님만 할 수 있는 일이에요. 이번에도 분명
Neutral's good enough for me.
저희를 잘 이끌어주시겠죠?
Of course. Damn. We are losing every minus coin interaction. At least we're taking the minimum damage of it.
숨통 끊기. 아, 여기선 이런 공격이 잘 먹히는군요.
Damn. Man's just stampeding you.
이게 이번 몸으로 들이쉬는 마지막 숨이 될지도.
Oh no. That works. It would be funny if this specific combat he has increased damage against C branch units, and that's why our Gregor died. Damn. Ooh, I think someone's gonna die. Yep.
저까지 아프네요.
적을 물어뜯고 너의 쓸모를 보여라.
고생해.
Yo. Oh, the other C unit died. Rodion died. Oh boy, this is not looking good. This needs to be stopped. This also needs to be stopped. This also needs to be stopped. Oh boy. Someone's gotta die. What's the plan here? Not entirely too sure. And you can't flash anything except this one, so should I? So I have 3 more. One I need to clear that 90 for sure, and this 46 for sure. So it's either this 8, 60. You can handle that. 15 is nothing. I can save 2 people. Right? Yeah. I can save 2 people. Who needs a saving? Let's protect the adepts. So these 2. Alright. think I am. Whatever. Dominating. Entirely sure. So, Ryoshu or Utis 90, 60. No chance of surviving unless. That's right. I can heal a bit. Should I stick to dominating? Screw it.
토끼를 본다. 저 해충들을
As long as no one staggered from there.
틈을 끊어. 바로
Oh, he's gonna stagger soon. Come on.
이
묘야,
공격은 꽤 먹힐
God,
것 같아.
far from the Lord.
길을 열어라.
효과적이네요. 이 방식을 기억하는 게 좋겠어요. 이 전투는 승리할 거예요.
기쁨이란 건 이런 사소한 일에도 슬며시 따라오나 봐요.
Oh,
모두가 노력한 덕분에 업무가 일찍 끝날 것
let's
같아.
die, I guess.
지금처럼 말이에요.
Is there any other way for me to maximize damage? Yeah, you look like you'll hurt. Why is Hongdu?
이미 정해진 이야기를 따라
I got a horse too.
빛에 맞게 사로잡히시길.
I do hope I cleared the EX condition.
게 아니야. 더 세게 후려치려고 비웃뚱거린 거지.
상황은 일촉즉발이요. 언제까지고 이어질
My
리
man's not dying.
게 좋겠소.
불가 위야. 막아내지 못하리.
Damn. It's always the negative point. Holy shit, what the? Calm down, man. What the fuck? 1,000.
맞았는데?
저기 안 좋아.
I think there's something wrong with how negative coin enemies and this is shown. It says dominating, but I doubt I'm winning that shit. Yeah, it's funny how these are the people who are like definitely have to stop this. I don't think I can either way. The rest of them are attacking. I'm so close too. A bit of protection. This or this. You're gonna die, right? Like, I know you like activated your 1 HP type thing, but like, aside from that, You're not gonna survive another hit. I don't think. So, it's not there. Yeah, but do that, I guess.
일기당천.
Get sun sour, bitch.
이 스며들 듯한 비에 우산이 새지나 않나 모르겠소.
Oh boy!
길을 생각한
Oh boy! Oh boy!
또한
Oh boy!
내가 걸어야만
Oh, he's still alive though.
길이겠지.
색색이 황홀하고 아예 기억 못하게 하려는 길이구려.
73. Holy shit, he's tanking, yo! Yo! He's tanking! Holy shit, I was not expecting him to tank all of that.
저들의 실수는 잠깐일 뿐이네.
Well,
결국 우리에게
this is how I win,
것을
right?
자명하니.
There's no way I'm losing this, right?
당천.
Come on, Adept Squad! Hell yeah! In before phase 2, I'm just kidding. A win by slim chance is the most fun kind of win. It's not definitely because I'm too lazy to freaking play the game properly. Hey, are you alright? My ladies, she's in there. Please, you must. Listen, buddy, you're not looking so good. That nasty wound Lei Hang gave you starting to bleed again. Jia Si Chun's Heisho will be here soon. Stay here and wait for their arrival. Don't you worry about a thing, Mr. Wei. Si Chun's going to be just okay. Totally. Did you already forget who taught her? If only she hadn't chosen me then. She could have achieved such heights. She could have risen much higher than where she now stands. The hell are you talking about? She's already family higher up. Calm down, man. Wei's eyes shook restlessly, lost in the streams of past. Don't you know this already, Mr. Wei? Si Chun became the hierarch to transform Hongyuan into a nest that served its lowest. So we, the sinners, are strong enough to fight against
의를 바로 세우는 데 일조하였으니
an ex-adept.
내일은 더 떳떳이 살아갈 수 있겠군요.
That's bound to mean something, right? Master. But before that, I don't mind if I do.
주군께서 계명을 허락하셨어요. 마침내 본문의 드글거리는
That's my hit.
해중을 꿰찌르고 후벼팔 시간이 찾아온 거죠.
The Lord has finally permitted the roosters to crow. The time to exterminate the vermin infesting Hongyuan has come. I mean, it's time for a bit of a break and, you know, check out the story. Let's see. Melee. I'm just gonna. Do I even? There's checking. Chuck it there. Should have used that on Yisangs too, but forgot all about it. But did Da Guanyuan not declare the end of the family hierarch war? As far as I know. Then, what are they doing marching down the main street in broad daylight? Red-crested game fowls march grimly under the sun at the hour when shadows are short. There weren't any stomping of hooves or beating of drums, but anyone who'd been living in Hongyuan couldn't help but shrink in with terror at the sight of this flock. They seemed to be marching toward the Guanyuan. Could it be treason? Impossible. Ishmael of the Jia family may have had a relatively weak force, but we've all seen it, haven't we? Yes, the victory was uncontestable. She was bold, ambitious, and more importantly, legitimate. Oh, so in this world, not only did Ishmael win legitimately, she won legitimately. Damn, Sichin sucked. Then just one in the world are they? No, let's not linger on it. We best head back and lock ourselves inside. We do not want to get caught outside when those violent beasts do their thing. Merchants who were getting ready to open their stalls closed back up and locked themselves inside, while children who were about to leave were quickly ushered indoors by their parents. The Heisho may indeed wield terrifying power, but it almost seems as though they are somewhat overreacting. It need not be mentioned that the roosters were hardly the most powerful nor the most fear-inducing beasts of the Heisho packs. But no resident of Hongyuan found this behavior odd. Everyone in Hongyuan knew that if roosters walked the streets, an all-out war must have broken out somewhere in Hongyuan. By the time we get to Xiaoling's room, they'll probably start turning the lights off in Hongyuan. So why the Lord choose us for this mission, I wonder? Night time's usually for snakes and hares, isn't it? No reason to hide and be all covert, that's why. I'm not complaining. Haven't you been getting tired of fighting amongst ourselves, sinking our claws into our own? I guess that's true. Roosters have very little to do in times of peace. At most they'd be summoned as guards, but even then, no one would really aim to give them an excuse to actually go all out. But not this master. Xiaoling of the Shi family, huh? Isn't he a member of the Age Corp board? The other board members won't be happy to hear this, I'm sure. Maybe our lord's planning something big. I wouldn't mind being used and discarded as pawns as long as I get discarded in a battlefield. But I'm sure our current lord wouldn't waste us like that. I guess so. He sure is something, I'll give him that. The way he wields the other branches is certainly a sight to behold. Still, I hope the board of directors fights back. If they do, they'll be sending soldiers of their own, right? It's so exciting. I've always wanted to be in fight after fight after fight. Befitting the station of a member of the board, the room we walked into was awe-inspiringly wide and impossibly tall, to the point where they could hardly gauge the distance between ground level and the top. But none of it deterred the child. He giddily grabbed his weapon and marched on. The Lord commanded that this was to be an extermination, so let's sweep from floor to floor, toward the absolute joy of battling that awaited him. This should be more than enough defenses, right? Sir, your room is filled from top to bottom with all kinds of deadly traps. Not even serpents or hares would find it easily to infiltrate. You only have to survive until the motion of no confidence is put to vote, and flee through the secret exit. Sir, it's an emergency. It's the roosters. The game files are rising to this floor. What? Oh, look, everyone's here. Indeed, it seemed that they triggered every trap on their way up here. The flock of roosters standing by the door were practically torn to shreds. Their skin and flesh cut to ribbons and hanging loose. Their feathers broken and bloody. But their bloodshot eyes only burned with mad ferocity. The pain and struggle only seemed to invigorate them, as their every move seemed to be practically vibrating with excitement. Those mad roosters can't be negotiated with, sir. You have to run. The soldiers moved to attack, but they were no match for the battle-high roosters. Even when they were somehow able to lodge a battle axe in their shoulders, their thrashing only grew wilder. And where their legs were broken, they would drag themselves across the floor with their arms just to get another hit in. The mad dance of roosters finally met their match, only after most of the soldiers were wiped out. So they're the feeble roosters, eh? Honored guess, who would that be? A sizable, rather expensive-looking workshop gear swept the room, and in a blitz, turning two overzealous roosters to mush. Perhaps they saw a glimmer of hope. The survivors all ran to hide behind the honored guests of the house. I thought the family hierarch war was over. Or am I a little behind on news? The young master of the house. Just protect us, save us, and we will make it worth your while, please. Looks like I'll be pulling some emergency contract fees tonight. Alright, come on, come get... huh? He confidently stepped forward, only to be flabbergasted. None of the roosters were going after him. He swings his weapon, crushes a rooster's leg, but none of them even bat an eye in his direction. The roosters weren't going after him. They were obsessively going after the family and their soldiers. You damn chicken shits! Come here, fight me! I'm sorry, we roosters don't want a good fight. We're just looking for more fights, that's all. The guest, despite his efforts, was only able to protect just 1 or 2 major members of the family, but he could not stop the massacre that took place. In a chaotic storm of blades, dozens of lives were lost, and the flaming swords of the roosters burned up any hiding place to ash. Indeed, the roosters weren't looking for a good fight. They were looking to get into as many as they could, and to drench themselves in the hottest clashes. The fighting roosters would turn away from the mighty and instead go off to seek different battlefields. But one of them, the child, was staring quietly into the guest's eyes with an indiscernible look, before slowly walking up to him. You. By this point, the guest was hyperventilating, his arms tired and hanging by his side. The trembling in his legs seemed to suggest that he was barely standing. And he realized that the look in the child's eye had changed to that of a hunter's, eyeing his prey. If you really were strong, so strong that you would prove too much for the roosters, then you wouldn't have been staring at our flock. You would have been met by a tiger. Our new lords, particularly good with wielding the hinshell. Let's spark the blood flame blade. The guest barely manages to parry the child's strike away, but the single clash was enough for him to realize that he was spent, that he couldn't handle even a single rooster. He turned tail, abandoning those he agreed to protect, but one of the roosters on the ground, whom he had trashed to mulch earlier, suddenly came to grab his ankle. Let go, damn it, let go! As for the rest, the child barely had to do anything. The roosters, high on blood and battle, were dancing in an endless party of death. Hold on, I surrender, feed me an worm, make me write a contract, whatever your lord wants. Oh, but we can't do that. Once the blood flame blade begins to burn, I can hardly let it go out. Wanna know something? The sword keeps itself burning via the friction of blood against oil, which means we can't stop the bloodshed. Perhaps the child's master would have taken the guest under his wing. He was rather capable after all, but unfortunately for him, the child and his flock of roosters weren't thinking about something so grand as the future of Hongyuan. Gah. They were just happy to kill. Holy shit. They announced a tiger. We know that every sinner's gonna get their own he-show, right? I'm pretty sure the rest will arrive in the bokgak or something. But damn, that shit was metal. Absolutely metal. Moving along, the master. And Mr. Drunk Guy is back. How fun. It was you? Your big sister Yuan Chun's final exam? If you were going to kill me anyway, why didn't you just take me out from the get-go instead of wasting all that time teaching me, pretending to be my master? I would hardly deem the hours spent in joy as wastes, would you? Well, I'm not even surprised. Daguan Yuan's full of backstabbers anyways. Do not ever trust anyone who approaches you first. It is a saying that has saved a lot of lives in Hongyuan and the city. Normally, those type of people wait until my guard is down to strike. You had plenty of opportunities to kill me during those classes. I gotta say, I forgot a bit of my age when I was swinging those sticks. The one who hired me handed me, along with my payment, a silken bag of dried wolfsbane powder. So you were hired to poison me. Why didn't you? Ha! Why would I use that to claim my pupil's life when I could use it to pay off my tab and buy me a few bottles of quality wine at a local kazan? which I did. They're precious enough to sustain 3 generations of family, eh? What? My life has thus far been one of rivers and footpaths, drifting hither and thither as the currents took me, a meaningless life of having gained nor left behind nothing. And wouldn't you know it, this kid who'd just become the next hierarch. For the first time in the history of the family hierarchs I'd seen, refused the true master of Hongyuan. Ooh, he knows. Those with vision for the future of Hongyuan would grip the land as though it belonged to them. And Hongyuan, trapped in the grasp of a series of intrepid individuals, grew dark and suffocating. The other pupil, who initially seemed to have been included in the lessons as nothing more than an extra, may as well have forced the lessons out of me. And after a while of frolicking with the bumbling hierarch and a particularly nasty pupil, it seemed that I shared all that I knew with the both of you. Hey, despite the present circumstance, my lessons have all been without a speck of falsehood. Come, then, never once have I thought of people who would fail at such a place. And if you do, I don't suppose you were a pupil of mine anyway. So he was a good guy at heart, in a sense.
중요한 건 내가 어떤 사람인지 알게 하는 것. 꽃처럼 화려하면서 바람처럼 가볍지만 벌처럼 날카롭게.
Damn, it became a 3-coin skill.
좋아, 구조를 파악했어. 봉황의 날개처럼. 전부 보인다고. 지도자라면 동료를 포기하지 않아.
I do wonder how canonical it is for like Sichun to be this strong in like a month. Is she really like strong? Like if we like put her in the grades, let's say like she was a grade 5 before the training, would she be like a grade 3 or grade 2 in that 1 month of training? I wonder how much
그림자가 그들을 덮었습니다.
realism did they
청소부가 다녀가고 날이 밝으면
consider
죽은 자의 흔적을 찾으려는
Hierarch
자들이
Rescue
봐도
Operation
아무것도
3?
알 수 없을 것입니다. 볕이
I wanna
들면
try.
그림자는 거두어지므로
군주가 나선다.
보는 눈은 있네요.
의로움을
흑수,
주분께서 모이를 뿌리셨으니
명을 받듭니다.
어디서?
이제 앞. 잠깐, 이번 임무는 내가 나갈게. 괜찮아?
사우주.
잠시. 이것만 삼키고.
Let's go.
필두, 출진.
Okay, no story.
저희에게도 이런 힘을 베풀어 주시다니 마음씨가 넓은 분이실까요?
조심하시죠.
아,
전장에서
실수를
촌딱처럼
주셨더라도
두리번거리고 있다가
상관없어요.
피가
Oh,
끓어오르는
coins, 3 coins, 3 coins.
약간
이상을
불입이랍니다.
남겨줬던 호의, 이상이요.
Alright, man, calm down.
자, 어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고.
무상한 목숨. 불끄듯 지원해. 효과적이네요. 이 방식을 기억하는 게 좋겠어요.
모든 것에 견뎠어. 걱정 마시오. 최후의 혈구 하나만 남아있다면 생명은 어떻게라도 보존될 테니.
Yeah, let's see what happens. Unless, what if I don't see what happens? Oh god.
시간 끌 것 없이
시비수에게 명한다.
모조리
이 앞에
지워버리죠.
숨쉬는 자 누구 하나 살려보내지 마.
틈을 끊어.
적확한 하나로서
Come on, Honglu. Nice.
다들 첫 여정을 시작했을 때보다 정말 강해지셨네요. 매일 보아하는데도
훌륭하오.
지금은
이외에
내가 새로워요.
특별히 첨언할 이유도 없고.
굉장해요.
모든 것에 견뎠어. 최고의 선택이었어. 관리자.
It's for the struggling man.
일기당천.
그림자 속으로 가라앉게.
원더풀한 선택이었어 나리. 저들의 약점이
도끼를 고작 이 정도 탕류에 허덕이 저 해충들을 도려내라.
틈끊어.
이
묘야,
공격은 꽤 먹혀든 것 같은.
길을 열어라.
유효타 좋아. 깔끔하게 몰았군.
무슨 술수를.
모든 것에 견뎠어.
아이씨, 좀 피하면서 하라니까. 야, 저거 정신 차릴 때까지
날개를 펼치고
앞에서 시선 좀 끌어줘.
발품을 걸어. 혈염도 바로.
Whoa.
아까처럼
Man actually barked like a
그럼
chicken.
이번 전투도 쉽게 갈 수 있을 거야.
물넘고
이런 건 몽둥이가 약이지.
목을 떨고 주마.
두드려 패.
넌 푸름을 틔울 수도 없겠구나.
깔끔하게 몰았군.
최고의 선택이었어. 관리자.
조심하시죠. 전장에서 촌딱처럼 두리번거리고 있다간 피가 끓어오른 투개에게 쪼아먹힐 테니까.
Is that a... It is. It's a event passive.
불가 위약. 막아내지 못하리.
떨고 주마.
열어졌지.
예사롭지가 않은데? 아주 작사를 내놨어.
물넘고
아, 여기선 이런 공격이 잘 먹히는군요.
무상한 목숨.
Yeah. 45 SP story.
그대 지원했고.
완벽한 한방. 시원한 걸.
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
저들에게서는
Just die already.
이제 깨우치시게. 와, 엄청난 공격이었어. 개념할 만한 걸. 이제 깨우치시게.
말로 받아내라. 저 해충들을 도려내라.
엄청나게 강한 일격을.
오여. 길을 열어라. 넌 푸름을 틔울
Damn.
수도 없겠구나. 또 한 줄 길을 남겼군.
When the
빗물진 길일
student
뿐이지만
becomes the master,
세월이 지나면
he uses
홍어는 그제야 알게
what?
되겠지.
Oh,
이
is
홍로가
this a dungeon?
무엇을 바꾸었는지를.
Oh, very confusing. Sure. Cool beans. Do I want to switch anything? Not really.
어디서 뱀 기어가는 소리 들리지 않아?
횃대에서 내려 전장으로.
정착으로. Oh, okay.
중요한 건
Oh, they're
내가
still
어떤
fighting.
사람인지 알게 하는 거야.
Ooh, but she's on the losing end now.
그 해결사의 역경에 비하면 꽃처럼 화려하면서 바람처럼 가볍지만 벌처럼 날카롭게. 봉황의 날개처럼. 꽃처럼 화려하면서 바람처럼 가볍지만 벌처럼 날카롭게. 전부 보인다고. 더 이상 두렵지 않아.
Ooh, in-depth evasion.
지도자라면 동료를 포기하지 않아.
What in the skill ones is going on here?
좋아, 구조는 파악했어.
Damn, 4-coin skill already. Sichen! Now that's impressively sneaky. So they're not beasts of Hong Yuan for nothing, eh? They just had to get between me and my pupil's spa. Ooh. Master, wait. You've been working for Jia Yuan Chun the whole time? Haven't you known me long enough by now to tell? Brief as our acquaintance has been, my service is to no one but the bottle. To have all 12 masters squeeze into battle when things were just starting to get interesting is quite discourteous, don't you think? Yeah, and a master stabbing his pupil in her back isn't? Just as Sinclair and the Night Drifter were locked in an argument. The Heisho beasts who followed us into the room swung their purple arms at Jia Chun without hesitation. The slithering serpent arm, which suddenly extended into a considerable length. Haven't I already given you due complaint, my friends? Was stopped inches from Jia Chun's neck by the Night Drifter's arm, biting him instead. Now that's one potent venom. I can feel it spreading through my veins. Listen here, snakes. Haven't I done you courtesy enough? Go back to your holes. I'll even give you an excuse you could give to your lord. Say that you had to withdraw as the Night Drifter of the Drunken Palm got in your way. We serve the same client. Might as well let me take out the blame for your failure, But the Heisho wordlessly stood their ground. Fine, I didn't think you'd listen to someone who doesn't even hold your leash. Ooh, too bad, too bad. Well, I suppose this should at least make for a fairer fight, with all of her teachers being here and all. You... I don't recall ever teaching you to make a face like that in front of an enemy. Fine. It's not like stopping one attack makes you our ally. At least one of my pupils knows what she's talking about. Perhaps I shall open myself a humble wuguan here in Hongyuan once this contract is over.
이상이요.
Ooh,
행색이 이상하나 그럼에도 이상이요. 내가 맞서. 내가 아시의 이상을 함께 줬던 호위 이상이요.
Whoa. All allies heal 3 SP at 15 potency. How to survive. There is a lot of passive. There's like 12 every single sinner's passive. She does learn. She's literally like the strongest person here or something. And we have 2 Sichens. Who'd have thought? Do I want to do this properly? Not really, no. Sounds like a lot of work.
날개를 펼치고 발톱을 걸어.
Caw.
틈을 끊어.
이런 일에 흔들리면 안 돼.
모든 것에 견뎠어.
Yeah, we're just getting hit.
같이 배웠던 걸 써먹을 때야.
Let's. Everyone fighting you is hopeless. That's unfortunate. Best I can do. Oh, not really. I can do better.
시간 끌 것 없이 모조리 지워버리죠. 가치 없군. 죽어라.
혈염도 바로 와. 더 모아쳐라.
Damn.
분자분.
Yo.
모든 것에 견뎠어.
짧기도 하지.
Well, I never expected that to happen.
날개를 펼치고
이
발톱을
거리는
걸어.
충분해. 너한텐 조금 멀겠지만. 이제 깨우치시겠.
아직 죽지 마라.
Damn. Even if unbreakable coins, he still does damage. Whew. Come on, what the hell is that?
지나온 길을 생각하며 이 또한
Damn,
걸어야만
the Lord of Hongyuan died.
길이겠지.
Yeah. Not what I expected to happen. Boy. What the hell is going on here? Really making it impossible to do anything. Damn, what's with frigging they're level 60? Is that why we suck? This they're making it so goddamn hard. Oh no, you can't. God damn it. Do I just let him take the hit? 83 is crazy though. That's not gonna help.
너냐?
잠깐만 기다려라.
적질 않나?
무형. 마지막은
I never thought the day would come. But Sichun is the one carrying. Yo!
내 걸음이 빨라. 일찍 도착했어.
Damn, son.
다른 누구도 아닌 나 자신을 들여다봐야 해.
57.
조심하시죠. 전장에서 촌딱처럼 두리번거리고 있다간
Oh
피가
wow.
끓어오른 투기에게 쪼아먹힐 테니까.
Yeah. None of this is gonna work. They're dead. Sure. Ooh, dominating for once. Oh. It's probably because... Oh, no.
날개를 펼치고 발톱을 걸어.
Go Sichun, it's all on you. Oh, he's so... basically staggered you, come on.
훌륭하군요.
He was certainly a powerful foe, despite the casual way with which he carried himself. We'd already experienced a hint of his strength then, when he invaded our room during the family hierarch war and swiftly took out his target before leaving. There are slithering noises coming from above. More Heishu. We can't fight him and the sea branch off at the same time. But if we were to try to create a distance between us and where the sea branch are waiting to strike us, the knife drifter will definitely try to exploit that opening. Considering that we had to keep Sitchin safe, I wasn't sure how much longer we could hold out here. Is it hard to recall your training outside our lessons? Remember that your gaze is form as well. Your enemies will take notice if you don't stop constantly eyeing at the door like a novice. See? The snakes have already mobilized to close off that exit. You're stalling until the Heisho packs of the family hierarch arrive. Your strategies and thoughts are plain as day. I see, that's why. These snakes are so impatient to complete the deed and slink back into their holes. The Night Drifter produced another tree branch from his clothes and quickly cast it toward the doorway behind which the Heisho were gathered. And with a thwack, the heavy roof atop the large door instantly crumbled, burying it and blocking off the snakes from entering. It was as though he hit an invisible weakness of the brickwork. I thought I'd given you snakes enough warning to head back. What are you doing? Why? The bumbling hierarch's promise to bring real challenge to Hongyuan has given rise to a certain intrusive thought that was put to sleep long ago. Once upon a time, a blade fiend of an infamous syndicate earned himself the hollow honor of joining the 10 Blades of the East. Yet what use is all that if he could not prevent his little girl from passing on before her old man on a restructuring day? The world averted its gaze from me, so I looked away it in return. Leaving behind my rooms, my steel, I picked up a simple tree branch to be my sole companion as I drifted about the city. When I abandoned both my honor and name,
All that remained was a life of living for the sake of living, nothing more. And I believe the same fate would doubtless come for the rotten land of Hongyuan as well, just as it had for this useless drunk, devouring it in the surging darkness as the sun falls yonder. Yet, doubt reared its head for the first time. It is the rooster's cry that signals the night's end. Do you see? The sun rises, even in Hongyuan. Listen well, for your final lesson begins. Emptiness of sound, keep the venom within, and let it not leave your tongue. Emptiness of form, one who aims to bring change to these lands must do without this knowledge of curmudgeons too locked in wicked traditions to see a better path. Emptiness of mind, in Hongyuan, a land where even the sky lies out of sight, do not let your mind be too transparent. Do not let the Heisho stray from your presence again, not even for a moment. Rule of fear is a detestable thing indeed, yet you will gain nothing by appearing like an easy mark. Yes, Master. Then, do what you must. It won't be very becoming of a hierarch of Hongyuan to let live a fell assassin who dared to make an attempt at her life. Jia Sichun wordlessly tightened the grip around her weapon. Very good. Emptiness makes for such a pleasant sight, doesn't it? The night drifter grinned, having caught the encroaching scent of death. Finish it! I don't know how to feel seeing Sichun stronger than the rest of the sinners. The night drifter stumbled. He smelled of pungent bitter wine. When the unseen dregs of old cloudy wine settle and the bitter life is left behind, the clear crisp waters shall spring forth, twinkling under the sun's apricity. Did my man die?
가문일서
Felt like there was a better fate for him.
보내주신다면 저희 두 개는 주군께서 혐오하시는 그 어떤 벌레도 모래판에 남기지 않아요.
The proof.
두 개의 쓸모는 증명했어요. 그러니 주군, 부디 저희가 회칠 다음 주...
The incident was quickly swept under the rug as independent actions of an anonymous unaffiliated assassin only known as the Night Drifter. As he was not registered to any kind of life insurance plan, his body was buried among the many unnamed graves of Hongyuan. I hear that there was a rather unsavory incident at the most recent exam, I must say. It is fortunate that no important blood has been spilled during it. A nameless, faceless man infiltrating the living quarters of Daguanyan. I can only be glad that he met the deserved fate. Anyone who was at the site could attest to the fact that my guests and I were assaulted by Heisho, Sea Branch as well. If anyone's going to be held responsible, don't you agree that the blame should fall squarely on whoever decided to send the snakes to that particular location at that specific time, Big Sister Yuan Chun? Is that so? Yet they testify that their presence was only to eliminate the drifter of the night who dared sneak into Daguanyan. Earlier than your own Ihishu pack even. Yeah, not only did you get me a new master, in your impatience to see my growth, ask that same master to hunt me. You've certainly outdone yourself, sister. He was nothing more than a boorish executioner of Hongyuan who was willing to do anything for money. I hope you won't be blaming your dear sister for the crime that man has committed independently, out of his own volition. That night just should have stayed alive and I don't know, confessed that he was hired by her or some shit. Sichun, I believe this only reinforces my argument that the people of Daguanyan aren't the only people here who believe that you are terribly out of your depth for the task. But Yuan Chun, I've learned so much thanks to you. Rest assured, I will never forget those lessons. I understand that many of you may be unhappy or frustrated with me, but You know what's an undeniable truth? That I am still the legitimate victor of the family hierarch war. Sure, Big Sister Yuan Chun might know more about the details of Hong Yuan's administration for now. She might fill your pockets for now, but in the long run, you know she does not have Hong Yuan's best interests at heart. Inadequate I may be, but I am still the Chief Executive Director here at H Corp, and you, dear Big Sister, are a temporarily visiting outsider from Q Corp. At its hierarch, I know exactly what Hong Yuan needs, and I will give the best of my efforts to bring my vision for this land to reality. A place where no one needs to live in fear, a place where one does not need to project fear. Yes, that is my vision for Hong Yuan, for Hitchcock. I never would have known a month ago that our hierarch has such vast ambitions. She is really saying it. The 4 great houses and I, we ruled and knew this land like the back of our hands before you were even a fetus. Indeed, I can tell. I suppose that's why the Guan Yuan's growth never seemed to stop, while more and more people outside it seem to be falling to their deaths from their homes with every restructuring day. Don't you know the plastic nature of humanity? People will get used to the shadows when the heavens are shrouded. So if you won't cooperate with us, we will. No, I'm not the one who needs to cooperate. I am the hierarch. Besides, your us is done. Respected members of the board, I believe I have clearly explained my will. Forget about all of your under-the-table deals, and vote with your hearts. You seem very confident, Si-chun. In case you didn't know, winning those exams has nothing to do with guaranteeing the results of the vote of no confidence. Oh yeah, I don't know. At this point, the vote seems like a mere formality to me. On what grounds? Just a hunch. Not that you'd understand. It's true. With how often she's changing the conditions of these tests and votes, we can hardly trust her to be consistent. That is indeed in stark contrast with the hierarch, who promised 30 days of return time and met it precisely on the dot. It is clear which one of them would provide more stability for administrative purposes. Thus, the vote of no confidence began. I must have misjudged her in the past. She's not petty. She knows when to be serious, and I think she's got a good grip on the gravity of war without being consumed by the fear of it, and she remembered my name. With her eloquence, strategic powers, and boldness, I believe that the current family hierarch is well qualified for her position. I also have faith that she will not ill-treat those of lower station than her. If she's got the handle of how to treat the heart of the smallest child, then I believe she has the capacity to tend to the hearts of those larger as well. While I would be remiss to judge so quickly, she has shown remarkable change and improvement over a short period of time. I see she is someone of rare talent we mustn't lose so easily. Shi Sijing, Shi Huazhen, Wang Chao, and Wang Qingshan. Supan, omitted. She's been at the center of all kinds of fun, entertaining events in the world as I lost and gain my neck. Just think about the amusement she'll bring as a family hierarch. And even Supan, who shared his sentiments via a letter, voted against the motion of no confidence. Like I said, a mere formality. A state of crisis specifically refers to a situation in which the family hierarch is unable to perform their duties, or is affected by serious physical or mental impairment. I am both son of mind and body, and I can handle all duties appertaining to the seat of the family hierarch. Which means that your services are no longer needed here. Not that they ever were, big sister. Don't you think you've more than overstayed your welcome by now? Here I was, wondering what you were doing with this ragtag group of half-wit nobodies like your brother. I suppose you didn't spend the whole month lounging around. Very well. Savor this little victory for a while. I understand that it was a significant endeavor for you to attain it. Be safe on your way home, big sister. And please, do watch your health. You've always been a sickly child come winter, haven't you? Remember that the only way is down once you reach its peak. There goes the perfect opportunity to take control of Hong Yuan. But our time shall come. Hong Yuan without the Xian Huang worm will fall behind and get crushed under the wheels of progress. Then, nothing. Bao Yu said that he smells no fragrance from me anymore. Don't let that linger on your heart, little Bao Chai. Crawling in the muck alongside those lowly plebeians must have dulled with his senses. Am I even useful to you anymore? Bao Yu won't come back. I can't make him come back. I understand that now, at least not Come with me to Q-Corp. Huh? But even my own family has cast me out. Why would I possibly do? Have I not given you my word that I can make him return? The strategies of old say that one must stir trouble in the east and strike from the west. Now that trouble has turned H-Corp, they will hardly have the wherewithal to fix their eyes upon the goings of Q-Corp. When the time comes, your fragrance shall spread beyond H-Corp to bow you. I trust that he will never sit idly by when danger threatens Jia Si-chun. But I have nothing, poor little Bao Chai. Even you are blinded to the shadows cast by your own lamplight. Allow me to illuminate what use you may be to me, worry not. I am your only remaining light after all, aren't I? You are. Ooh, she got a new fit. With Si-chun watching us with an oddly bashful look, we prepared for our departure for Daguanyuan. Given that Mephistopheles still showed no signs of ever coming back, it seemed that we were to be assigned to various odd jobs around this area for a little while, not to mention the news of distortions occurring in H-Corp. We're finally leaving this place for real, huh? Si-chun, we'll be heading out soon. Yeah, whatever, get your butts out of here, please. Don't even think about looking back. Si-chun exaggeratedly waves her hand to make us leave. Hey, if we ever get the chance, yeah, fat chance, I'm sure we've both had more than our fill of each other for this lifetime. Besides, I'll be too busy to go anywhere for a while anyway. Well then, if you ever need our help, our line's always open. Hey, I'm the family hierarch, who needs whose help now? You truly wear authority well now. Speaking of which, you still have to stay here in Hongyuan, don't you? Did you find a place to stay? No, not yet. Why don't you just stay here for a little bit? Instead of going out there again and risk getting scammed. Hongyuan's open, you know. Ooh, oh my, for all that get out, go away and don't even think about coming back. Seems to me you're pretty sad to see us go, aren't ya? Who said that? I'm just extending my generosity and giving you an opportunity to be more efficient. Remember your last attempt at finding a lodging here? The whole building melted away. Anyways, I'll let everyone know that your party is free to enter and leave Daguanyuan whenever you want, so use it if you want. After pelting us with that rapid-fire answer without giving us even a second to reply, she whipped around and left the joint way. Ooh, verily, to be an educator of another was a task most daunting. Did the lass even teach a proper class? Oh, don't tell me her class consisted of her showing off those figurine collections and forcing the students to sit through another one of them obscure law summaries. Well, Heath, I sure hope you didn't let Sinclair completely walk all over you. Haha, I sure hope Rhodia didn't totally get shown up in her own area of expertise. That's her. Ahem, oi, smoky lass with a penchant for abbreviation. How'd your classes go? Did you manage to teach them anything, or did you just abbreviate your way through the whole lesson? Man, speaking of which, don't think I've seen you smoking in a while. NSIFOK. Haha, yeah, no smoking in front of kids. I remember you saying something about how it's totally against common sense to smoke in front of a kid. Speaking of which, you had some awesome tricks up your sleeve, Ryoshu. I never thought you'd know how to do things like that. People learn when there's a need. Ooh, we're gonna get some hidden lore? Ever since the classes began, Ryoshu started looking far off into the distance with an odd expression. Sometimes she'd hum a melody we hadn't heard of before. Bummer we didn't get to sit in on each other's classes. It would have been nice to see different sides of everyone. We're gonna have a lot of stuff to talk about once we head back, huh? I really wasn't sure where I could possibly get started. Well, since Si-chun's given us the option, let's head back to Hongyuan. You've seemed then off with surprising stoicism, my lady. Haven't you been repeatedly eyeing their departure date on the calendar over and over with a look that could just as well be mournful? Gosh, that's because I couldn't wait to get those freeloaders off my back. Well, now that now that their company has departed, I suppose peace shall reign over Daguanyuan for a while. My lady, I believe you are now prepared to stand alone against whatever trial that comes your way. Yeah, I know. I also know that I'll carry the lessons they've taught me in my heart for a long, long time. That's beautiful. And that was it. Very nice intervallo. Good to see that how something continued straight off from the canto, or the previous intervallo was like, oh, let's move on to the next kind of. But yeah, we learned that we actually we quote unquote going to leave a corporation in good hands, when all the other ones we just claim the bow, fucked off, and we know that things aren't gonna go well right there. Aside from that, the next event would be most probably the Arknights collab. I wonder how canonical that would be, or would we just do a dream sequence kind of thing? So far we've seen that we're not gonna leave H-Corp as of yet. So after the Arknights collab, we are most likely going to see a Warp Bogak, maybe another Walpurgis event. And after that, I'm not sure. There should be, I believe, one more event before Canto 9. But so far we have no information on what that quote-unquote intervallo would be. Who knows? Maybe they can seamlessly put in. No, it wouldn't make sense if the Arknights collab is canonical, because I doubt that event will ever come back. So yeah. So after the Arknights is most probably the Warp rerun, which I hope we will get to see a Prince of La Mancha Land ID. We need more La Mancha Lands ID, I believe. Having 4 is a bit awkward. And afterwards, they should rerun Walpurgis Snug again, which something to look forward to, because it's a Library of Ruina one. So I wonder what's next after. What was the previous Library of Ruina one? Oh, the Full Stop Office. Ooh, a lot to look forward to. We might even get to see more color fixes, since it ended with a Blue Reverberation reveal. But until then, it was nice seeing you guys. Deuces.